No more bad government in Nigeria. Nigeria what? The only media that have been consistent speaking against bad government and for the purpose for reformers. Nigeria what? Yo! No more bad government. Niger what? No more bad government. Niger what? No more bad government. The only media that have been speaking. No more bad government. The voice of the voiceless. No more bad government. No more bad government. Niger what? No more bad government. For the poor. No more bad government. Niger what? No more bad government. Niger what media? No more bad government. No more bad government. No more bad government. In Nigeria. No more bad government. No more bad government. No more bad government. The only media. No more bad government. The number one media in Nigeria. No more bad government. That have been speaking against government. No more bad government. Niger what? No more bad government. Niger what you? The voice of the voiceless. The voice of the voiceless. Voice for the voiceless. Voice for the voiceless. Niger what? Voice for the voiceless. Niger watch media. The only media that have been speaking against bad government. Being consistency since 1944.
Voice for the voiceless.
Voice for the voiceless.
Umuwame. Voice for the voiceless.
Umuwame.
Voice for the voiceless. Voice for the voiceless. Voice for the voiceless. Voice for the voiceless.
Voice for the voiceless.
Voice for the voiceless.
Niger watch you. We have been seeing all you guys have been doing. And we recommending to everyone in Nigeria, saying that you guys are the number one. Niger watch you.
It tends to be because it seems to be a very interesting year. But towards the end of the year, last year, I caught it on social media actually. I thought that was very interesting. It was a light-hearted moment when your ex-husband
Oh,
and the Boa Group chairman, Abdul Samad Rabi, joked that you were the love of his life before you decided to promote yourself and leave him behind. Some people might say he's still in love with you. What happened? Did you leave him?
No, I mean, thank you. It was a very funny, light-hearted moment. You know, Abdul Samad is my family. You know, his family, my family have become one. We have known each other for over 30-something years. And we're just family, basically. And, you know, it was just jokes. Me and him tend to joke a lot. Like I said, we are family. And really, essentially, that's how we see ourselves. He's my father. He's my older brother. He's really my friend. He's everything to me. He's my protector. And, you know, he is to many, many people. So I'm very happy to have a member of my family in Samad Rabiu.
I'm very sure that you saw all the comments on social media. Actually. Some people say the man is still very much in love with you.
I actually didn't, because I actually do not read social media.
Oh,
so
really?
I actually don't know what any. I think no, we're just family. That's
you really don't see the love, the chemistry.
No, we love each other because you love your family, obviously. But Samad is my brother. He's my family. That's what he is. Yeah, and I'm his sister and his family too.
So beyond that, I mean, there are a lot of people perhaps who don't know about the Anatu and the private life.
Yeah.
I mean, what is family for you and a lot of stuff. Yeah. They thought that there was something between you and him.
No. That's my family. So obviously,
when someone was your ex-husband.
Yeah, he was my ex. Someone is my ex-husband, but we are still family. We just happen to come from a background where once you're joined together, you continue to participate in each other's lives. And so, we were married, and now we are a member. We're just family. We're like brother and sister, and best of friends.
It was so
to speak.
beautiful to watch when at that event, when it came towards you, you had a hug. It was such a beautiful moment. But it's also rare to see two people who are no longer together in marriage and they still share such an affection. It was so sweet. Why do you both continue to share such warmth even after separation?
I think it has a lot to do with the kind of families that we come from. His father, my father, the kind of union that we had. Of course, we come from the same community. So, families all knew each other even before perhaps we were born. And, we were joined. His grandmother, Haji Abua, the matriarch of the family, is somebody that I continue to love very, very deeply. My daughter, Hadiza, is named after her. And of course, his mother is like my mother. His mother is one of the sweetest, most wonderful, purest, genuine souls that I have ever known. And, so we continue to share a deep respect and a love, and more than anything, support for each other. He's my greatest cheerleader and my greatest supporter in my career. And I continue to also be his greatest cheerleader. And I shall continue to be proud to see the way he flourishes, and to be proud to be associated with someone that has the kind of philanthropy and heart that Abdul Samad has. And people see him as a businessman, but I know him as a person, which is the kindest person that I know. He's just a genuinely kind-hearted, good human being. So it's really very difficult not to continue to have a good relationship.
I know you're a very creative person. You paint, you draw.
Yes,
A lot of people don't know this side of you. If you had your way to repaint some part of your past, will you repaint it in a better way with Abdul Samad?
Yeah, I guess probably yes. I mean, obviously, if you obviously married someone, you married that person because you love them, right? And you go into a marriage because you hope it's going to work. But of course, man proposes, God disposes. And, God has other designs for us in our lives. Perhaps had we remained married with Abdul Samad, I would not have been here seated and talking with you. So, but I don't change our past and our travails to our future. I respect everything that God has put in my way, whether it's an obstacle, whether it's an opportunity, whether it's unions, whether it's a separation, because I feel, that is all part of what has made us what we are today. And every element, any element that would have been taken out of one's past, perhaps would not have brought you into the person that you are today. So I don't know whether to think about it. I'm not sure I would change it. I'm quite happy with the way things have worked out, and I still maintain my friend and family, and I still have my career as well, and the ability to inspire other women to be greater than perhaps what they would have thought they would be.
A beautiful daughter between both of you.
Yes.
Such a beautiful one,
She
isn't
is.
it? An amazing seeing her pictures. It does still look like there's a place of love for Abdul Samad in your heart. I can see it.
I love everyone, Sean, including the man on the moon, if I knew who he was, No, Samad, like I said, Samad will always have my heart. There's no doubt about that. Samad is one of the greatest experiences that I've ever had. I will always love Samad for the
No
rest of my
regrets
days,
whatsoever?
But no regrets whatsoever. Absolutely not. Just happiness and pride in, him as a member of my family.
There are perhaps a lot of things that people don't know about you, and there are perhaps a lot of people who are very much aware about some prominent figures in the Second Republic, and such a prominent figure like your father,
Yeah.
Musa Musawa.
Yes.
A lot of people are very, very fond of him. And
Yeah.
did he help shape the attitude that we know today?
Yeah, yeah, definitely. I mean, my dad, I think, is the single most significant person. I think more than anyone in my life. I, I've done everything. Or if I could say that, I would be nothing but for my father. You know, my father was a great man. He was a man. I mean, we've been writing his autobiography, or he started writing his autobiography before he died, and you know, it's up to me to complete it. I've not finished it, but you know, he was an extraordinary man who grew up in poverty. You know, at his very early ages, he grew up in a lot of poverty. At a point, he even sold groundnut. He was selling groundnut on the streets, and thereafter, you know, he you know forced his family to make him go to school because he just wanted to go to school. He did not understand, you know, doing anything but going to school. So he forced his family to make him go to school. He went to school, and as a result of going to school, you know, from selling groundnut, and he ended up in Cambridge. He spoke fluent Mandarin, Chinese. He did stand-up comedy. He was a creative. At the same time, he was a politician. He was an extraordinary person who wanted his daughters to excel. And he had a lot of daughters. And one of the things that he did, he has a lot of
About 6 or 7 of
yeah,
you.
there's actually about 10 of us. There's 10 of us.
And what number are you?
I'm number 4.
Number
1,
4.
2, 3, yeah, 4. I'm number
Your father
4.
had 10
Yeah, he had 2
girls.
daughters. Yeah, 10
10
girls.
daughters.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow,
And
wow.
he just wanted each, and he told us from a very young age, you know, you could be, you know, at that time as a young Fulani woman, they don't tell you that you can be, you know, become a minister or whatever, you know, but he always used to say, you can be this, you can be that, you can be that. And, you know, when he did his politics, the way I speak, people talk about perhaps sometimes my delivery, the way I speak. My dad taught me all that. He taught me how to speak when I was going into politics. He wrote my speeches for me. He taught me how to deliver them. He taught me how to do my art. And so really everything is I owe to my dad, and I would not be anything or anyone but for Alhaji Musa Musawa.
A lady, a northerner, a Fulani woman becoming
Fulani
a mini-
herdswoman.
do you have
Complete
animals? Do you
I
have,
do actually, quite a few. Of course.
but do you have your stick?
I've got my stick as well, even though I don't use it. But I do have my sheep. I have my cows. I've got my chickens, but a lot more sheep and cows. Yes.
So you're really a herdswoman.
I'm a real herdswoman.
A Fulani
A
herdswoman.
real Fulani herdswoman, absolutely.
But not a Fulani bandit.
No. We not at all a Fulani herdswoman, because those bandits are a new phenomenon. You know, this was not the reputation of Fulanis when we were younger. You know, this has become a very unfortunate very recent trend that seems to have spread very widely. But you know, my community, this is not a reflection of who we are as a people.
Interesting. Let me take you to the ministry that you had. Dirty December. Have you had the opportunity to review it? What are the negatives and the positives out of Dirty December of 2025?
I think 2025, we are doing an interrogation of it presently, but there were a lot of positives. I think I would say more positives than negatives. Of course, when you talk about the negatives, we talk about the lack of accommodation, obviously.
The overpricing.
The overpricing.
Of vendors and
exactly, the overpricing of the vendors. I think that was something that even at the office today was an issue on the table that we are looking at. You know, one of the things that we hope to do with December, obviously, when you talk about December now in anywhere in the world, you know, Lagos is really the choice destination for anyone to come for December. But we were looking at hoping to expand it, to create more activity and content all around the country. So, still in December, you have the Calabar Festival, and you have a number of activities happening in Enugu in the southeast as well, and of course in Plateau State as well. So these are some of the areas that we hope coming in the next coming Decembers. You know, we would have more of a content for people to come into Nigeria to experience other parts of Nigeria.
Mm.
But certainly, Lagos, I think we as a federal government have to support Lagos more in terms of, you know, the funding, the finances that come in for even just the creatives in the industry, to give them more support. The endowment fund that we're hoping to present will allow them to do that. And of course, the infrastructure. The infrastructure is really not there. Bring in more hotels, more five-star hotels, and more upper-class hotels. Of course, I know the Ministry of Works is working very hard, and the Lagos State are working very hard in bringing in more roads, you know, the flyovers, so that in terms of the traffic, I know the traffic was not, is always a bit of a nightmare.
Yeah.
So those are some of the negatives, is the traffic and, you know, the overpricing. Certainly, I think the government has to come in to put some sort of to bring some sanity in terms of, you know, the pricing and everything, so that people can come into Nigeria. And, you know, we now don't lose the effect of Nigeria being the place to come in December, because then if we overprice, it now comes into being an elitist sort of thing, and that's not what we are as a Nigeria.
Well, I mean, I know that you just finished that and start thinking of how you plan ahead of 2026. Dirty December
Yeah.
will be a big deal.
Yeah.
But they were starting. I mean, this is a concept that was not. I mean, that Lagos was notable for, and drew attention of a lot of people to Lagos State. But the federal government took the initiative to say we want to support Lagos.
Yeah.
How much of money support did you give Lagos?
We did not give Lagos as much support as we should have. You know, the preparation started not as early as we wanted, and you know, the federal government did want to, you know, support more. But in all honesty, Lagos State did most of the pushing in terms of the delivery of Dirty December. That's not to say that the federal government is not committed. And already we are going to start the push for this year's Dirty December in March. In March. You know, the paper that's going to go out to the Federal Executive Council to bring in all the necessary interdependencies that will help in delivering a fantastic festive season. Yuletide season in Lagos is something that is going to start in March. And of course, by the end of the year, you're going to have the Lagos airport ready. So that's going to be a different experience altogether. You know, having a new airport coming in Lagos in that new space, that's going to help. And then the federal government is going to come to ensure all the necessary MDAs required to help. That is aviation, that is interior, that is power, that is works, all the different, and of course the NSA's office security, to make sure all the necessary MDAs that need to be in place to deliver a fantastic Yuletide season are going to be put in place we start in March.
Um, and those who think the concentration was more of into Lagos, and there's a need to activate
Diversify,
different. In
absolutely.
fact, Abuja is a fallow ground as far as December, the festivities and entertainment is concerned. That those people who think that Abuja is a place where people also can come. It's a beautiful place to be, and you know, the infrastructure also to welcome people into. In Abuja, are you thinking of diversifying the opportunities?
And that's why
for
I said
tourists?
absolutely. That's what I said before. You know, one of the our hopes is that in the next year's December, we'll be able to give them more content and activity around the country. So, for example, in the southeast, in Enugu, they do fantastic programming for Christmas. And of course, in Plateau State as well, you have. Then, of course, you have rivers. You have the Calabar Festival. You have the Obudu Ranch, which we're hoping, will be up and running in at the very top level in global standard. And then, of course, you have Abuja as well. We're still trying to figure out a way to work with the FCT minister to deliver the kind of content and entertainment required to absorb and to entertain people coming into the FCT, because it's not just about coming in to an environment that has fantastic infrastructure. You also have to put up the museums. You also have to put up the arenas and the different content that people will be able to go around. So that's something that we're trying to figure out with the FCT minister as to how we can work together to put that in place.
You set a high mark for yourself, and
Yeah.
we're hoping how high you want to jump
Yeah.
if you're going to be able to meet up the
Yeah.
target you set for yourself. It was an ambitious target of creating 2 million jobs in the creative and tourism sector by 2030.
30.
And yeah, you said you're hoping to boost Nigeria's GDP by 100 billion US dollars. Um, is this plan still on course?
100% it is on course. 100%. In fact, what we, initially when we came up with those specific numbers, it was an educated guess that we did based on a research that we use benchmark countries that have been able to do that, and then looking at the peculiarity of Nigeria, or the uniqueness of what Nigeria has to offer. So that was a educated guess, and then we now did a proper data mapping. We did this data mapping. We started the data mapping exercise for the Ministry of Art, Culture, and Creative Economy, specifically in the area of the creative economy. And then afterwards, when I inherited tourism, we now did one for tourism. And what we were able to find was that the specific arithmetic figures that we're able to deliver in terms of job creation by 2030 is not that 2 million jobs, it's 2.57 million jobs exactly, at least, that will be able to deliver by 2030. And that $100 billion contribution to the GDP will also be able to be delivered. In fact, that is the very least we can deliver if we have the ability to put up the different initiatives and the interdependencies come in and help us.
But
work
those
with it.
initiatives are not yet
Well,
activated just
They're
yet.
not yet activated.
So those jobs are still in abeyance.
Yeah, no, there's still jobs. I mean, we haven't been able to, we can't give you exact ABCD, but there's still jobs, because, for example, you spoke about Dirty December, for example. A lot of jobs were created in December for the Dirty December. Now you talk about somewhere like Ojude Oba that is growing bigger and bigger. That's still under the gamut of the creative industry or the cultural industry in Nigeria. That's still job creation. You have places like Ikogosi that is, now getting more traction in terms of the traffic of people that go there. That's still job creation. There's a lot of jobs that's been created. And of course, we're working with different, we've started working with some different state governments. And every single state government, we sign an MOU with the federal government, and they tell us in their own state, in terms of trying to boost domestic tourism, what they want in their state. So, for example, I will use Katsina State as an example. It's one of the MOUs that we signed. So Katsina State wants to amplify the Durbar Festival. So last year they had a huge Durbar Festival. This year, I know they're hoping to expand it more. That's jobs in every single place. And then the museums, we're bringing up people and, of course, employing them in the museums.
Most of our museums are moribund.
They're moribund because we had
nothing to see.
Yeah, we had 50, I think 53 or 54 different museums, which didn't make sense because we're not able to maintain them. And this is part of the problem that we've had in Nigeria, is the lack of maintenance culture. Mr. President has been very deliberate in telling us he wants us to put everything together with the private sector. because that's the only way.
It can be
If you're looking
sustained.
at look at the sustainability factor, is really the private sector. This now has the ability to outlive us because we know, government is very transient. Is the most transient thing in life is being in government. You're here today, you're gone tomorrow.
Mm.
And so if you don't inculcate the private sector in some of your key initiatives, what happens is once you go, another
Mhm.
minister comes and it's gone. But when you put the private sector, they have an ownership and it's a business. So what one of our agencies, the NCMM, has done, and fantastic young gentleman as the director general, is just identifying a few museums that will be able to now work, of course, with the private sector and see, how we can bring them up. Because, like you said, the state of our
Mm.
museum structure is quite pathetic.
There are a lot of
We'll
a
change
lot
that.
of people globally. In fact, um, Nigerian films and music
Yeah.
is perhaps more popular than than Nigeria itself
Yeah,
in
that's
some
true.
part.
Yeah.
A lot of people have met and sing
Uh,
and heard Nigerian music and perhaps not heard or been to Nigeria.
Yeah, that's true.
And so the question is whether or not what this government is doing. You could see what is happening in the US. If there is a national game, there is a break in the game to allow American musicians to
Yeah.
perform and actors to come into place.
Yeah.
Those are kind of some of
Yeah.
encouragement that you get and ensuring that the creative sector is empowered.
Yeah.
The question is that this is the very first time in a long time
Yeah.
that you have a ministry dedicated to the creative sector.
Yeah.
Is there a deliberate effort in ensuring that artists in Nigeria, performers, actors in Nigeria are not ripped off? Their monies are not taken above their heads. They're getting value for their talent.
Yeah. So the first thing that we've done from the very beginning is the issue of policy. Intellectual property policy has, before now, for the music sector, was really not something that had been really concentrated on. So we have now developed an intellectual property policy that was recently passed by the Federal Executive Council. We are working together with the Ministry of Trade and Investment and the Ministry of Justice to now implement it. So when you have intellectual property, first and foremost, you have the ability to protect your own intellectual property, right? And to protect your own work. And then we're working together with the Ministry of Justice to make sure the copyright as well, when it comes to copyright commission, working with the commission to ensure that the copyright, the musicians aren't ripped off in that sense. And of course, we are speaking with actively with a lot of musicians, a lot of the music companies, or a lot of the members of that specific industry to now understand, how we as a government can continue to protect them and to protect the Nigerian interest and to ensure that they continue to get ripped off, for example, on YouTube. So the kind of money, most of the content that you have on YouTube is Nigerian content, but most of the money doesn't come to the artist. It doesn't even come to Nigeria. It goes to to YouTube, right? So we're also working on having our own streaming platform, or working with bringing in other streaming platforms, whereby the agreement from the very get-go, there's a huge protection for Nigerian content that is going to go
Mm.
on there. So I think the part of the problem that we've had in the past was from the very beginning, government was not there to protect the artists. And like you said, most of the people in the world that know Nigerians know us through our craft and our artistry, our music, our films, and our food and our fashion, right? And it is because of the industry players, not the government.
Mm.
That has been pushed globally, organically, by the wonderful Nigerians who have had that expression of culture and creativity. So now, government having this ministry, first of its kind, the fact that there has never been such a ministry would tell you that's the reason why there was never that protection.
Minister, what do you say to a Davido?
Yeah.
What do you say to a Wizkid, a Burna Boy, an Ashake, or what's the name of this? And I love his music.
Burna?
No, the Kano guy who sang Why You Allah.
Why You Allah.
So what do you say to them on a platform like this that the government is doing? How do you talk to them? What do you say to them that could give them the confidence? Even those who are the upcoming artists, what to do? What do you say? Does the Tinubu government or the government of Nigeria really appreciate it, or is working hard to ensure that their talent is appreciated?
First of all, I have to say to them a huge thank you. The government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu sees them and hears them. And that's why from the get-go, the government actually created a ministry for them. Now, this ministry came in and had to start essentially from ground zero. Because, you know, if you have a house and it's beautiful, right? It doesn't have a strong foundation, and you put furniture and beautiful, it collapses. So we've had to start from the very beginning. We have looked at what, for example, South Korea have done in the creative industry. And we have looked at, for example, what Brazil and China have done in the cultural industry. And we have looked at, for example, what Dubai and Saudi Arabia are doing in the tourism industry. And we've had to build those pillars from the very ground. And the fact that you've had to build the pillars from the very ground, it takes a while to get there. So you have to put policy in place. So I spoke to you about IP policy. We have cultural policy. We have a creative economy policy. Now we have a tourism policy. All that we have put in place. We have 2 policies on the table of Federal Executive Council. One has gone through. One we are still working on. That's the creative economy policy. So that from the get-go is almost like the constitution of how the industry is going to go. And then you look at the initiatives. So we identified some key initiatives. I think it was 8 key initiatives and 14 initiatives under that we felt would be able to give them the sort of structure that they need. What we want for people in the creative industry, and of course, the likes of Davids, Mr. Davids and Mr. Burna Boys, and of course, wonderful Wizkids
And now a key voice of the ruling APC in the National Assembly is joining us to talk about some of these issues putting on the state of the nation. Thanks so much, Senator Oshamale, for joining us tonight.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you.
Thank you for having me.
A lot is happening in Nigeria, and it doesn't look like a new year, and you thought that, well, maybe things will simmer, but we had a conversation around the tax laws, and we were thinking about when it was going to be proper for us to talk about it. I was fascinated, intrigued by some of your perspectives, which a lot of Nigerians may not see as popular, but it's an interesting perspective. You are wearing, or you used to wear, but you still wear that color as a labor leader. I don't think that the comradeship has left your blood yet, because you spent more years of your life as a labor man, being in government and being in the National Assembly. And those who are saying the plight of the average person is terribly impacted by some of the Tinubu administration policies. But from where you stand, one leg as a former labor person and now as someone in government, where do you think this leaves the average person in Nigeria, or the worker?
Thank you very much, Sheung.
Thank you.
But just for clarity, I can't have 2 identities. My identity is labor. Labor is my life, and with pride. And I'm very proud of the fact that I could rise from a factory floor to the level that I am. And so I can't betray those convictions, not for any pot of porridge, no. But the issue of taxation for me is central to debates in elections. And conventionally, the right wing, who believe everybody to himself, God for all of us, You can construct your private road. You can do your private school and stuff like that. Everybody should pay for his health care and so on. They typically, if they can, avoid taxation completely. Or reduce it to the benefit, or carry the burden to poorer people. I mean, if you will monitor American debate, you will find that the Democrats are always on the side of lower taxes for the poor and higher taxes for the rich. And when the Republican comes in, then they will want to raise the tax of the poor and reduce the tax burden of the rich, both corporate as well as individual tax. In the context of current taxes, people talk about things they are not informed about. I don't need to be the president of Nigeria Labour Congress or of the TUC or an officiary of labor to be able to defend what I perceive to be labor interest. If I am wrong, it's my head, not my heart. Now, the fact on ground shows that President Tinubu's tax policy is consistent with the values of a progressive government. And the tax is a progressive tax policy, which sought to shift more burden to those who earn so much and even grant tax exemption to those who earn little. And I don't want us to talk without evidence. I will give you this document if you want it.
Yes, sir.
I'm a member of the National Assembly. I own up to anything that was done that I supported. And even the one I didn't support, if it carries the day, well, it is what it is. But in this case, I supported this tax reform absolutely. Because without taxes, let's face it, it is only in Nigeria people talk about people are stealing government money. Government is going to use money to do so. So government does not earn money. It is citizens that earn money, and government taxes those income that have been earned either by individual citizens or by corporate citizens. It is the sum total of those taxes that determine the annual income of nation states. We are in a situation where we are blessed with oil. And so I was old enough that even in colonial era, farmers, like my father, if you haven't paid your tax and the tax man is coming, you run into the bush. So even villagers will pay taxes. All of those ones now have been exempted somehow. But with regards to the formal sector, I just give you an example. Before the new tax regime, I will read this figure to you. Anybody earning 300,000 naira a year was completely tax exempt, the old order. But once you earn up to 500,000 naira a year, which means about 40,000 naira a month, you were to pay 9,660 naira a year as annual tax in an annual income of 500,000. Now, if you earn 1.2 million naira in a year, before you will pay 55,000 naira, 680 naira a year as taxes, or 4,640 monthly. Right now, if you earn, that is to say, if you earn 100,000 naira a month, right now, anybody earning 100,000 naira a month, under this tax law, is completely tax exempt. Government has transferred to that person or reduced his burden by 55,680 naira. So how can anybody say this is not pro-worker? This is pro-poor. Now, it graduates like that up to, for example, if you earn 10.8 million naira a year, in the old order, 10.8 million naira a year, you will pay 1,496,192 naira annual tax. But under the new tax regime, rather than pay
1.495, you are now going to pay 1.34. So even for those earning 10.8 million naira a year, they are paying less now, or they will pay less now than they were paying just last December. So how can anybody say this is not progressive?
Give us an idea.
Let me finish.
Yeah, okay, so
then if you earn 1 million naira a month, and that means 12 million naira a year, your tax liability before annually was 1,525,200 naira. In the new tax regime, the new tax law, President Tinubu has granted a reduction from where you were. Okay, there's a slight improvement, increase from 1,525,000 to 1,620.8 million naira annually. Now, without taxes, you can't run the state. And when you talk about reforms, I mean, don't take it from me. I watch you. You have a segment on international media and so on. We follow debates in UK, in US, in particular in the election. Central to those debates is about taxes. Look at the debate between the Conservatives and the Labour Party. So conventionally, Labour people, working families, will be very happy with this tax regime because there is no worker who is a member of the Nigeria Labour Congress who earn 1 million naira a month, which comes to 12 million naira a year. There is none. There is none. That is the fact. So this, as far as salary earners are concerned, this tax is progressive. But what the president has even done, which I am surprised about when I hear KPMG having some issues, is that he has even reduced corporate tax. People like us wanted that corporate tax to be increased because my understanding of profit is that the directors have already earned higher pay, they've collected higher bonus, and whatever they declare as tax, right? After whatever they declare as tax, they proceed to share it among few people. And therefore, I believe that corporate tax should be higher. But this president reduced corporate tax because he wants to attract foreign investment and retain local investment. This is understandable because as the world becomes more and more liberal and everybody's moving towards the market, so it seems, even old socialist countries and even communist countries are now adopting market tactics. The dollar has the whole world as a possible investment destination.
All right.
Where it lands depends on several factors, so, including taxes. So let me say that this tax is consistent with what a progressive government should do. And Nigerians must understand that we are supposed to be talking about taxpayers' money because we are supposed to pay taxes.
Let me say
this,
just
as president of the Nigeria Labour Congress, check the record. I have never gone on strike against tax. But when the tax policy is being formulated, I do everything to ensure that it is a progressive taxation, which is to say, the more you earn, the more you pay. It shouldn't be a flat curve. It should be a sliding scale, depending on your scale of income.
Let me jump in.
Don't use the word that poor people. Number two, there is the issue of VAT.
I was going to ask you that question.
Okay,
let me pop the question here. The issue of the possibility of an incremental progression of VAT and increase from 5% to 7.5% and the potential future hike to about 10%, 12.5% and 15%, which the law has projected that those who fear that may lead to inflation. And in the very delicate economic situation, and what we are saying over the years, what are your views about that?
I need to talk straight because we have very little time. You know, we can't be hypocrites. And to be in fairness to the opposition, Atiku and Obi. Obi is a big businessman. He's a rich man. He lives on profit and dividends, both from his bank and from his trading company. Atiku has even told the world that he started doing business even as a civil servant. So conventionally, the business community are not they are not interested in higher taxes. So it's consistent with the conservative tradition. But Bola Ahmed Tinubu, in line with progressive tradition, has insisted that the rich people must pay more taxes to run the country. After all, if you are not rich, you will not buy, you will not drive SUV. And the more SUV you drive, the more pressure you put on the road, the wear and tear. The worker who earns 500,000 naira a year, 800,000 naira a year, may buy one 1.2 liter engine. We put little or no pressure on the road. So, on the issue of VAT, for me, the beauty of VAT is this. You don't pay it if you don't consume. And it's always exempt food. Now, as a worker that I have been, and I still do work, I know that those who earn less than or about 500,000 naira a month, which will translate to about 6 million naira a year, by the time they pay for their food, which is taxes that they buy their gari, their rice, their tomato, their okra, all of these are free from VAT. By the time they meet their basic needs, and there's even an allowance for credit for rent, you will find that they will not pay much of VAT because VAT is paid on luxurious consumption, not basic need. The average Nigerian worker at best is happy when he can have 3 square meals a day. Those 3 square meals, unless he chooses to buy imported salmon, imported fish, imported food item. But the typical Nigerian worker, urban or rural, we eat gari, Nigeria made. Cassava, Nigeria made. Pounded yam, Nigeria made. Palm oil, Nigeria made. Granite, you name it. Most of 80% of his income goes on food, and food is exempted from VAT. But when you and I choose to buy SUV car, or want to buy Mercedes, or want to buy Toyota, whatever, then you have to pay VAT. The worker who doesn't buy a car can't pay VAT for that. So if you look at the spending pattern of the poor, those you refer to, the working families who are living from hand to mouth, who basically are such that they do not have anything to spare for luxury. Even if they have appetite for luxury, they just can't afford it. They will be tax exempt. But why VAT is important is that in a country where business people hire tax consultants to bury their real level of profit and even what they earn. You know, the interesting thing about being big in a market-driven economy is that you invite somebody, you go for breakfast and you say it's a business breakfast. It's net from your pocket. You have official lunch to discuss business. It's net of your cost. You have dinner to host some business community, some friends, and so to discuss affairs of the company. Even if it's your family business, you can credit it as company expenses. But the worker doesn't have that option. So where they cannot escape, when they buy private jets, as they do, when they buy yachts, as they do, when they buy 400, 500, 600 SUV cars, as if they were car dealers, they will have to pay VAT on each of those cars. When they choose to buy any of those luxury things that are considered not a necessity, that come within the VAT basket, they have to pay. But Shehu, why is it that Nigerians rush to London for shopping? And as we speak today, they will pay about 20 or 70.5% VAT. And there's no complaint. In the past, UK used to refund it if you are going out of the country because you are expected to pay tax on that item at destination. But now they don't even refund it. So everywhere in the world, when you buy so much non-basic, non-food items, you pay VAT. Nigerians are pay VAT in America. They are paying VAT in London. They are paying VAT in Dubai. Why they don't want to pay VAT in Nigeria? I think VAT is the most equitable because the beauty of it is that I cannot consume more than I earn. And if you earn so much and you consume as much as you earn, then you pay much more taxes on it.
All right, give me a moment.
So for me, this is the beauty of VAT.
Just imagine Osomole doing comparison of VAT in America, in London, and other developed countries. Just imagine that comparison. Isn't it shameful that a sitting senator, a former governor who have visited developed countries in the past or us still visiting, because that's where they take their medical treatment and all that. Me particularly, I grew up in the UK. The VAT that we are paying in the UK are automatically in reverse to look after us in the UK. In the UK, if I don't have a job, the United Kingdom government will be looking after me till I find a job. When I say they will be looking after me, they will be paying my rent if you have a rented apartment. They will be giving you money to feed every week. You will be exempted from paying council tax in totality. Are you getting this? And many other exemptions. So medical, some medicine, whatever, medical bills or whatever, you'll be exempted completely until you find a job. They will put you on what we call job seekers allowance. Job seekers allowance means that you will be showing to the government that every week, once in a week, show evidences that you've been looking for a job, which is normal. This thing that I'm saying, me particularly, not be waiting people tell me, oh, I have passed through it like 19, 20 years ago in a city called Bristol. I was receiving benefits because I lost my job. I was on that benefit for more than 9 months. The wonderful United Kingdom government, they looked after me in every ramification. They were giving me money to buy petrol for my car. They were paying my rent. They were giving me additional money to eat. I was exempted from so many things that will cause me headache. Satanic Oshomole is doing comparison with VAT that is happening in the UK and in Nigeria, a country where the government don't know if anybody exists. A mother will give birth in Nigeria. That mother will suffer with her child. Government doesn't know if they exist. No single benefit will be allocated to that child in Nigeria. Tell me any child they are paying benefit in Nigeria. Tell me, do you know a lot of jobless Nigerians on the street that doesn't have job today? Government doesn't know if they exist. Satanic Oshomole, satanic Adams Oshomole is doing comparison with UK. Why their satanic supporters will fly with this? That's the same satanic Oshomole that told a widow in Edo State that if you are a widow, go and die. That's what Oshomole said. The woman said, I'm sorry, sir, I'm a widow. Satanic Oshomole said, if you are a widow, go and die. How many of you remember that statement? In case you think we are the carry talk here.
Stupid man now. What are you? My friend, when your husband die, you want to keep people on the road?
Unayeram. Tell me, how can these heartless satanic people can feel for common Nigerians? When we talk for here, they'll say what they talk. Doing comparison with UK that we have wonderful roads. There are drainages everywhere. In the whole UK. In fact, we don't have village in the UK that the road is not tied. We don't have an estate where Omolile go carry estate. Come on. The road inside the estate is not tied. No single road in the UK that is not tied. Oshomole is doing comparison. Shamefully doing comparison. Why is satanic supporters, the satanic APC supporters, listen to him.
But the worker doesn't have that option. So where they cannot escape, when they buy private jets, as they do, when they buy yachts, as they do, when they buy 400, 500, 600 SUV cars, as if they were car dealers, they will have to pay VAT on each of those cars. When they choose to buy any of those luxury things that are considered not a necessity, that come within the VAT basket, they have to pay. But Shehu, why is it that Nigerians rush to London for shopping? And as we speak today, they will pay about 20 or 70.5% VAT. And there's no complaint. In the past, UK used to refund it if you are going out of the country because you are expected to pay tax on that item at destination. But now they don't even refund it. So everywhere in the world, when you buy so much non-basic, non-food items, you pay VAT. Nigerians are pay VAT in America. They are paying VAT in... Why they don't want to pay VAT in Nigeria? I think VAT is the most equitable because the beauty of it is that I cannot consume more than I earn. And if you earn so much and you consume as much as you earn, then you pay much more taxes on it.
All right, give me a moment.
So for me, this is the beauty of VAT.
We're due for a break. But again,
if we are going to reduce borrowing, if we are going to reduce borrowing, two things must happen. And we are going to protect our exchange rate. We must gradually move away from conspicuous consumption that is import-driven to local consumption. The second is that we must spend less. Do you see how much people spend to host a one-year birthday of a baby? Do you know what they hire for International Conference Center? And complete with live band and all of that? Those are things that should be properly taxed.
All right, give me a moment. We are doing for a break, Senator.
You want policemen to be well paid. You want the armed forces to be doubled. I want the policemen to be doubled, armed forces to be doubled. I want their salary to be attractive. I want them to have latest technology. That money has to be paid for. in what is called taxpayers' money in civilized society.
Yeah,
Nigeria must move towards that direction.
Yeah, perhaps one of the problems is that there are no clear mechanism linking the tax payment from Nigerians to specific public services or outcome, the fueling perceptions of government inefficiency and lack of trust in government, and perhaps there is reasons why some people say, what are the evidence of the tax we paid? But I would like you to respond to that. Any Nigerian who stand against debating on some of these issues perhaps are having a fear that government is not cannot be trusted. But when we return from the break, Senator Adams Oshiomhole seems to still have in him the labor blood flowing, but well, as being a sitting senator, how much of that can he permit him to be able to defend the Bola Tinubu government? Plus, the politics is eating hard, and there are promises and threats coming that the Bola Tinubu government and the APC will be sent packing in 2027. Don't forget, Adams Oshiomhole is a very good friend of Bola Tinubu. Would they be able to uphold or fend off this pressure coming from the opposition? Those are conversation after this break, everyone. Join us again. Thanks so much, everyone, for staying with us. Senator Adams Oshiomhole, representing Edo State in the National Assembly, former governor of Edo State, former APC national chairman. Well, I don't know whether to call him a former Labour leader, because he says that that Labour blood is still flowing in him. Thanks so much indeed for your time. So, a crucial...
Thank you for your labor for Channel Television. You labor a lot. Every evening when people are having everything, you are here. That's the hallmark of labor.
So I'm a labor man. I'm a comrade.
You don't have to be a comrade. You are a labor man. You live on your wages.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
you work hard for it.
Yes, sir.
That is labor.
Yeah.
And to think that you can behave like the oppressor who collect profit when you don't collect profit, it's your choice.
Let me ask you, sir, why do you think they doctored the document? Nigerians are worried about it. You are a lawmaker.
No, because we don't have enough time. There are things at level of the state. They shouldn't be discussed like Mama put debate. Laws are not crammed. There are documents, certified documents. So if anybody has evidence that what was passed and satisfied is different from what is being implemented, it's not something to be debated. You bring out the two.
But your colleague in the House of Reps did. He brought it up on the floor of the House of Reps and said the gazetted copy and the one passed by the National Assembly are totally two documents, which KPMG also came out to.
I don't think you are right. The whatever he brought out was after, if he brought something out. Because I read this thing, I no longer believe some of the things I read because we were on recess. When we come back from recess, if somebody have that document, he will bring it. KPMG, you also have to understand. These are big consulting firms who consult for multinationals, companies in Nigeria, oil companies, non-oil companies, big businesses. And typically, they parrot the interest of their clients. And what is the interest of a foreign, because I think part of the thing they raised was about taxing, I'm not sure of the detail now, of expatriate who pay taxes here or pay taxes at home, stuff like that. As far as I'm concerned, KPMG's business is not. The day my views begin to align with the views of big business, then I have lost it. When big business protests about the laws that are made for which I am a part, I celebrate. Because, think about it, who consume more power in Nigeria than big businesses? Who use the roads more? Who ply the roads with heavy trucks? Is it the worker on level 10, level 15? So I believe that, I want to make this point. President Tinubu is consistent with the democratic, with progressive values, left values that taxes must be paid by those who are supposed to pay it. and be ruthlessly collected, it is not a civil obligation. It's a criminal thing if you breach the tax law. And he has to send people to prison if they decline and if they doctor the tax books. That is what every government should do. Let me ask you, if we were one of these even African countries that don't have oil, I remember the debate between Tanzanian foreign minister then and the Nigerian oil minister, who was saying that the price of oil has collapsed. And Tanzanian minister said, oh, how I wish we just have oil just to consume. We can't even sell at all. Right? They run their own countries 100% on taxes. We must move away from the illusion that we are doing the MTF. And that MTF is largely determined on what are we likely to produce in crude. How much is the crude oil expected to be? We must move away from that to really interrogating how much can we collect as legitimate tax in order to provide legitimate services. Now you are telling me people are saying because they don't see they are not sure what to be done. So because the man is not sure what the wife will do with the eggs, but he wants an omelette, he's not sure. He said, but don't touch the eggs because I'm not sure you are going to make a good omelette. But he has to break the egg even to test whether or not he can make a good omelette. Nothing goes without a price.
It's accountability and transparency.
Yes, there's
Nigerians are that every money that
can
is
say
meant for the people, for
about
the state, should be judiciously. And there are those who are asking, Senator, that there should be a proper mechanism of matching the monies to be collected, the revenue generated from taxation, to specific projects and governance in Nigeria. Those are the issues. Issues of transparency. Are you spending this money?
Now, if I try to problematize what is specific, this country is still at basic need levels. First, there is no question that we need more better roads. There is no question that we need to develop a rail system that is designed by the factor of economic location and economic viability. There is no question that we should have healthcare system that works for everyone, affordable healthcare. There is no question that no child should be born without going to school. And some governments are more guilty of this than others. I want to see citizens coming out to say, why are our schools having no roof? I will join them. I want to see our poor people saying, why is this class having no teacher? I will join them to protest. Because at the heart of this is that you have paid taxes. The reason Nigerians are sometimes indifferent, even in the face of clear abuse, is because the money is not their money. They will typically say what actually it appears to be government money. Government has no money. It's citizens' money, and government collect taxes to provide basic facilities, to provide for research and development, to provide for the development of technology, to fund university, to ensure that lecturers are so well paid that the best brains want to go to academics. This will not happen without
Senator, because of our
So taxes are meant to serve government. When you say specific, everything is important.
Senator,
don't name one that
there are
is
some
not
in the opposition who believe that there is a tendency and the
now about
just
the opposition.
just a moment,
I watched you here and I was very unhappy with you.
Just a moment.
You saw this guy from Kwara, the
Bolaji
Abdullahi saying that President Tinubu did not promise to remove subsidy, and he went ahead and removed it without doing any homework. And you allowed him to get away with that lie.
Senator,
every presidential candidate promised that. Opposition that are bad now, I even heard some of them saying the president is manipulating food prices to crash. So they are angry that the food prices are down. When they were when it was 100 naira a bag of 50 kg rice, so you were telling me here, oh, minimum wage worker cannot afford a bag of rice. When did it crash? When Gary crashed, I was seeing people in Lagos with a wrap of Gary and said, this will cost me 5,000. Now that a bar the price has crashed. Every of those basic needs have crashed. I have discovered just recently some of my colleagues who are farmers. They are saying that the cost of food now is such that it doesn't meet the cost of production. As when you were making the money, did you tell the house? You join us in lamenting.
Quickly, because there is no time. Let me ask you.
Well, don't evaluate us on the basis of those who are frustrated. What these guys have together.
They are Nigerians, and they have the right to be frustrated if they are.
Oh, yes.
But the question
here
is
entitled to their frustration, but I don't go to bother the government.
Opposition will believe
the government will do what it has to do.
There is a tendency of President Bola Tinubu to put heavy burden on Nigerians in terms of levies and but my question to you, just for a moment, sir, if I may pop it, is that we're going into the election year. You are one of those who went to the podium and were speaking on the speaker, getting Nigerians to say Tinubu is the best man for the job. What would you be telling them? Because your opposition are saying time is up for you and your party. It's time to go home. That they think that you have failed Nigerians and you don't have a clue as to govern this country. These are the position of the opposition.
When you say Tinubu is my friend, I was going to tell you he's actually my brother. And I will tell you why outside, because there's no time. The truth is this. We promise radical reforms.
And that has radical implication on the pockets of the average person.
Which average person? You pick this for the matter of the people. No. Have you gone to see people complaining? There are Nigerians now who are saying
cost of production,
food is becoming too cheap.
Cost of living.
Cost of living is what now?
They're higher now? No, I'm saying that from the time the president got into office and the policies, there are evidence, there are factors.
Excuse me, you are watching Davos. Where do you have static price for 2, 3, 4 years? The question is, what is the rate of inflation? Not whether there is inflation. The world is dynamic. And the forces that drive these factors, some are under your control, some are not under your control. You see the amount of time a world power president spent today addressing the world, and nobody could time him. Because what he decides to do or abstain from doing can change local calculations. So, this reducing serious economic issues, macroeconomic issues to sentiment. We are suffering. A bag of rice was 100,000 naira, we are suffering. It has dropped to 50,000 naira or even less than that, we are suffering. Rice could not, a bag was not available. Now, people say it is too cheap that the farmers don't want to go and grow cassava. Then you still say prices are not affordable. So we did not promise miracles. In 2.5 years of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, every day there is something changing. And like I said, I think it was at this Bala Osman's 50th colloquium. I said, this is a society in which people like Obi will say, you can't keep doing the same thing all over and expect different outcome. Okay, now Tinubu is doing something totally different. Not just reforming, radically reforming. And then you say, why is he reforming?
You're not worried that the voters will punish you for those reforms.
This is where people like you should make the distinction between a petty politician who is seeking victory, election victory, and a statesman who wants to build a nation state. He wants to build Nigeria for tomorrow. That is the difference. But Tinubu didn't need the salary of a president. The only thing that justified the stress, the abuses, the misunderstanding that is going through is a commitment to make a name and stamp his name in the sand of time. That it was in his time that XYZ were reformed. He may not be ultimately the beneficiaries of these reforms. It would have been nice to see by 2031, because by the special grace of God, Tinubu is winning 2027 election. By 2031, I don't even pray for any of these people who are seeking power out of frustration. When a man says he's hungry of power over 2 years, no, we don't owe him. That sense of entitlement will not be there. But I would like to see a government that will come and say, you know what, I abolish the taxes.
All right, Senator, we're totally out of time. But don't worry, when you get outside, you will see the sky. That is what.
That's what the president
My
told
brother
me.
has always said, Adam, no matter how short you are, when you look up, you can see the sky.
Even on the television,
And I can confirm
no
to you,
matter
I'm
what,
seeing
how
the sky.
vertically challenged you are, if you sit on this chair, the camera will see your face.
You know, I asked them not to adjust the seat because they adjusted this for you to look taller than me, and I refuse.
Do you know why we can continue to see things like this? Because these leaders already know that regardless of whatever that happens, you can't do anything to them. They can get away with any satanic or whatever they do. This is why we find ourselves where we are today. You see how confident he is, how he's talking. He's not criticizing Tinubu. In fact, he said Tinubu is not his friend, he's his brother and all that, because nobody hold them accountable for their wrongdoings. That's why we are where we are today. Let's continue.
Welcome back to Arise Prime Time, where we offer perspectives on the news and talking points of the day. I'm Charles Aniegolu. Now let's look back at the week that was, a week that exposed Nigeria's political, security and diplomatic fault lines. And in a political move with 2027 written all over it, Kano State Governor Abba Yusuf has resigned from the NNPP, shaking the foundations of a party that swept one of Nigeria's most vote-rich states. So where does this put Kano in the fast-forming battle for power ahead of the next general election? And who stands to gain from this sudden realignment? Excuse me. In Rivers State, an impeachment push against the governor has stalled, caught between the courts, the legislature, and raw political muscle. In Kaduna State, fresh abductions in Kajuru local government area have once again raised urgent questions about insecurity and the government's ability to protect its citizens. And talking about security, National Security Advisor Nuhu Ribadu met with a U.S. delegation pressing Nigeria to do more to protect Christian communities, an intervention that has stirred both concern and controversy. Abroad, Nigeria is reshaping its diplomatic posture with new ambassadorial postings to the US, the UK and France, even as global politics takes a sharper turn with Donald Trump's return to the Davos spotlight and a growing transatlantic unease. So what connects these moments? Where is Nigeria asserting control, and where is it still struggling to keep pace? Well, joining me now to dissect these developments and to break down the week that was are two top-notch commentators who have become proficient at scouring those headlines and unearthing everything that's above and under the radar. And they are the Arise News analyst and former chairman of the editorial board of Daily Trust newspaper, Mahmood Jega, and the public affairs analyst, Mazi Nnamdi Dixon Iroegbu, who is both a member of the opposition PDP and an obedient. Gentlemen, thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Thank you.
Let me come to you, Mahmood. Your reaction to Governor Abba Yusuf's resignation from the NNPP, is this, in your assessment, a personal political calculation or a signal that smaller parties are essentially buckling under pressure from 2027?
Well, this event in Kano has been long in coming. For several weeks, it has been speculated that the governor was moving out, and initially it was not certain, but the statements that were made at several meetings by the party leader, Rabbi Musa Kwankwaso, suggested that there was something like that, because he was talking about betrayal and things like that. And then just in the last 2 days, it looked like Kwankwaso himself had not exactly decided what he wanted to do, and there was speculation that the governor was going to take him to meet the president and that they will move together. But all this was speculations. But today, finally, the governor has resigned from NNPP, and it is all but certain that he is going to APC, because it has been speculated for long. What? As far as I can see, it's a very big gamble on his part, especially going without the leader, which is Kwankwaso.
What do you think will happen with Kwankwaso himself? There's been speculation he might go to the ADC.
Yeah, but he set a very high demand, which is, I think he said at one of the meetings that any party that he goes to must give him either the presidential or the vice presidential ticket, and he must be addressing ADC because he
won't
cannot
happen with the
possibly tell
APC.
APC to give him the presidential ticket. Now, even ADC, which is full of very big politicians, I don't think they can guarantee him that, because he will say that he got more than 1 million votes in Kano in the last election. But no, he got more than 1 million, I think 1.4 million votes, but 90% of it was in just one state. Now, that does not convey strength in presidential election calculations. So it is the governor also who has taken a very big risk, because the first hurdle is whether he will now get renominated by
he's going to get the ticket.
Because APC in Kano also has many big candidates who want to contest for government.
Well, clearly, Mazi Dixon Iroegbu, he hasn't announced his political destination, but we know where he's headed, don't we? And what does this mean for Kano's enormous voting power? Does it weaken the NNPP beyond recovery now?
The movement of the governor, as far as I'm concerned, this is the only thing the government of Tinubu has done very well. That's the only thing, bringing the elites, to his camp and all that. So securing Kano is a big win for him, but did the people move with the governor? That we'll find out, because the governor, did he become governor on his own popularity and all of that? No.
Although he says he's taking all the members of the state assembly and all
I
the
hope
rest
he
of it.
takes along the people of Kano. Kano is the state of...
Well, that's crucial, isn't it?
Yes, very important. And Kano voters are very informed. They can make their decision. And I won't believe that the governor is on his own at the moment,
So will it
until
be a
we find out
choice?
otherwise.
Will it be a choice between those who follow the governor and those who follow the leader of the party, depending on which direction he goes?
If Kwankwaso, from the experience he has gotten now, because if the proposal that was given to him in 2023 was accepted, for him to form alliance with Peter Obi and all of that, if he has realized that he can form that alliance, then the two of them can make a major statement in 2027. A Peter Obi presidency with Kwankwaso as vice would really make the villa, loosely.
Well, we'll have to watch and see. Let's turn to Rivers State, Mahmood. The tussle for power there and the rule of law. The impeachment push has stalled. Is this the rule of law working, or political actors?
We'll see how it goes.
Indeed. And Mazi Dixon, without impugning the integrity of the judiciary, do you see the hand of Abuja in all of this? I mean, and beyond that, does this strengthen Governor Fubara now by effectively exposing the overreach from the other side, or does it weaken him by keeping Rivers State almost permanently on edge now?
The movement to APC, this is the result. So it was Adams Oshomole, former chairman of APC, who said once you join APC, all your sins will be forgiven. So the protection he's getting is just simply because of that move. I have stated on this show before that Enso Wike has been thrown under the bus. He's just probably going to realize it a bit more, maybe later. The truth is that Fubara is now with the president and will be protected by the president, and that's what has played out. So, but unfortunately, it's the Rivers people that are suffering. Governance is suffering in Rivers State. That's just, I wish all of these political games they are playing was favoring the people. They moved to APC, Fubara is just saving himself. How well has he performed thus far? Rivers people can attest to it, that governance has suffered terribly under his watch. So it's all politics and then distraction from the purpose of his emergence as governor. Let him continue to enjoy the protection for now, but Nyesom Wike should begin to realign. The earlier he does that for himself, the better, because the damage he did to his party. You know, when you burn down your father's house, when you go outside, you become homeless. So he cannot in any way at the moment be secured anywhere, because he attempted to burn down the house that built him, that gave him leverage to even become minister. So
and that's the PDP.
Yes, the PDP, of course, my party. So let him enjoy it. But Fubara, his days can also be said to be numbered, because APC has put it on notice that there is no automatic ticket to anybody who is coming into their camp. So some of them who moved in along the way, by the time PDP secures its position again, most likely they will have to start coming back in droves back home.
Well, that'll be something that will be very interesting to watch, won't it, as we get closer to 2027.
Yeah.
But talking about securing things, Mahmood, let's turn to insecurity. Fresh abductions in Kajuru in Kaduna State suggest a familiar pattern. Is Nigeria failing at prevention, or simply reacting after communities are already traumatized?
Honestly, what happened in Kaduna State is very, very distressing. It's not the only one. Not so long ago, we had an even larger, 177 people were carted away in Kaduna, but an even larger number in Niger State, I said 220 or so. And also there was the event in Kwara also, where some. So it looks like the security leadership has to completely re-strategize.
But of course, this one is getting, sorry to interrupt you, a lot of international attention because they are specifically taken from Christian churches.
Yes.
Exactly. Just like the Kwara one, and also even the Niger one was a Christian school. And I don't know that somebody is trying deliberately to feed into the American narrative. Exactly, because I think there is an American team that just came and was saying you must do more to protect Christian communities, and to have 177 people, women, children, elders, everybody carted away. Look at the logistics of carting away 177 people, how you move them, where you take them, how you hide them, how you feed them, all things that are, and also initially the security agencies in Kaduna even denied that there was such an abduction, only to come back a day or two later. So something is seriously amiss.
Yeah.
And
somebody said something is seriously rotten in the house of Nigerian security. And I mean, Mazi Dixon, after so many years of so-called enhanced operations, we're still asking the same questions, and you wonder at what point does persistent insecurity stop being a security failure and become a governance failure?
Until we take governance seriously. From day one, the president came on board and started playing politics, and so that distracted him away from governance. And so what we're seeing today is just the failure of leadership. And the president is still playing the politics. The government of the day has not realized that the first thing that will give you even victory, you know, you have an opportunity now to become president, okay, perform, so that the people can say, where have you been all this while? But rather than do that, he's still playing politics of grab it and grab it and grab it. So the people are left on their own. You know, and it's not just about Christians, it's Nigerians. I admit that Christian persecution is going on in Nigeria, but Nigerians, whether Muslim, Christian, or pagans, are all being slaughtered in our country. So, and the logistics involved, that's what baffles me. The logistics involved in moving this number of people, and then the security, well, the police, like my colleague here said, even the first 2 days said, no, there's nothing like that. So it shows you clearly the absence of governance, you know, in different parts of our country. And it's unfortunate, really. Very sad.
Indeed.
Very, very sad.
And Mahmood Jega, you mentioned the National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, being visited by a U.S. delegation. And, you know, I'm wondering whether that's a diplomatic warning shot along the lines of what we heard before, and whether you think that external pressure can help fix Nigeria's security problem, or whether it just exposes how thin state authority has become in this country.
Everybody knows in this country that our number one problem is insecurity, all this insurgency and kidnappings. I don't think the American intervention in particular is helpful, because they are pushing the wrong narrative. The government has tried very hard to say, look, we have this serious insecurity problem, but all parts of the country and people of all faiths suffer from it and are being killed. You cannot just choose one part. Okay, terrible things happen in Benue and in Plateau, but equally terrible, sometimes even worse things happened in Borno, in Yobe, in Zamfara, in Kaduna, in Niger, and more lately in Kwara. So you are not really helping. I'm talking about the Americans, if you emphasize. And there is no way I see practically that the government can protect Christian communities if it does not protect others.
Indeed.
Exactly. You have to protect all, all citizens.
Right.
Like the kidnappers, they don't care about your religion. They just waylay you on the highway and drag you into the bush. So we need security. And if anybody wants to help internationally, this is the kind of help. Give the correct narrative and then assist us in tackling this problem. But if you keep pushing for your own domestic political reasons, because that's really what Trump and his colleagues are doing, for their own domestic political reasons, they are pushing a false narrative in Nigeria, which complicates matters for the Nigerian
But in
government.
fairness,
it's not particularly false, really. The Christian persecution in Nigeria or whatever, it's not particularly
but
false
I think the point is making that
However,
it's not just the Christians
yes,
who are being persecuted.
I agree.
And I think that the point also is that even though the Americans are saying that, okay, I mean, it's clear they're doing it for their domestic audience, the political side of things, but they're also, not actually going after the Nigerian government as such, with regard to the Christian thing. But let's move on, because diplomacy and ambassadorial postings, new ambassadors to the US, UK, and France. Is that a strategic reset in your assessment, or optics that doesn't have any substance, really?
Charles, the Tinubu government has been in power for about 32 months, about 11,680 days. And we just have 3 ambassadorial confirmation and all of that. It doesn't show seriousness. I'm ashamed to be called a Nigerian at this time, sincerely, because no country will take us seriously. So how many days left? Because he thinks he's going to hold on to the power up to 2027? Well, he'll be shocked. It's unfortunate. Yeah, he has appointed people, and out of 60, we still have about 68 left, and all that. I think out of 68, he has just confirmed 3. It just doesn't show that we are part of, what is happening around the globe, and that Nigeria wants to bring in real, attention to the plights and indeed also the possibilities or potentials in our country. This president doesn't seem to understand governance. He was overrated. Tinubu, clearly, it's an overrated president.
Mahmoud, we're fast running out of time. What exactly is Nigeria trying to change abroad with these appointments if the core problems remain unresolved at home?
Exactly. I mean, there's a limit to what diplomats can do. I mean, if you go to US or somewhere explaining things, if it does not tally with the reality on the ground, because these countries also have their embassies inside Nigeria, very large ones, and they have newspaper people, they have business people, and they get a lot of information from all kinds of sources. So just putting an ambassador in London or in France will not solve your problem. And look at the messy way in which it was done. Yesterday, we said you have appointed 4 ambassadors to these 3 countries and another one to Turkey. And that one that they said they appointed to Turkey, they said he's a former governor of Kebbi State. and they gave one jumbled up name. People in KB quickly rushed and said, that is not the name of our former governor that you said you appointed. And in any case, he was not in the list of the 68 ambassadors that were taken to the Senate for screening. So how can you post him when he was not screened by the Senate? And all the others that were screened, you didn't post them. And then they announced today that they have withdrawn that posting to
a bit of a mess, really.
Yes,
Isn't it?
big mess.
Well, we've literally got 20 seconds. Donald Trump is back on the Davos stage, global stage. We've seen, shifts in Western foreign policy. I wonder how vulnerable you see Nigeria in that sort of context. In a world that is becoming more transactional, less forgiving, especially on security and governance issues.
I thought our president would have, grabbed the opportunity, affirming
to actually go and meet him.
Go and meet Mr. Trump one-on-one. When is he going to meet him? So that we at least can know that our president is doing something. He missed another opportunity, or is he afraid of meeting Donald J. Trump? When is the president possibly going to go to America to meet with his colleague to discuss the interests of Nigeria? But for Trump, for me, I'm a fan of Donald J. Trump, and he went out there, reeled out what he has achieved in the last 1 year of his administration, and he came big, and then also announced the board of peace that he's on the issue of Gaza and all of that. So for me, he just continues, putting America first, and that is what every leader ought to do.
Right.
But unfortunately, our president is not available to put the Nigerian people and Nigeria first.
On that note, I want to
All right, guys. Thank you very much. That's all I have for you guys today. I appreciate every one of you. Happy Saturday to you all. Today is 24th of January 2026. The month is almost running over. Appreciate you all. Mother for Mommy Diaspora, good evening to you, Mommy. Thanks for all that you do. Thanks for being there for us every day. Abo Azim, my brother, appreciate you. Thanks for all that you do. God bless you. Thank you very much, everyone right there. God's grace, I can see you. Thank you, Mother Peggy, Mother Eugenia. Thank you very much, Roland. I can see you. Thank you so much. God bless you all. In fact, there's a lot of comment already today. Mother Rita in the building. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Ajil Deborah in the building. Thank you, my people. God bless you all, my people. Then we have Oriomi right there with us, and many others. Mr. Johnson, Emmanuel, Arrange TV, Wabo Felix, Jesse Nova. I can see you, and many more. And Stella Masavedo and many others. Guys, press on the like button, help us to share, take our voices far tonight. I'm very happy that I have my two brothers already with me. You guys don't know how grateful I am when I have my people join me on time. At least, if we don't have 5 minutes we spend here, or not 10 minutes or 30 minutes, let a message be sent. These people are watching us every day. Yes, our government watches us every day. In fact, in case you don't know, social media pass the news faster now than mainstream medias. In fact, in case you don't know, mainstream medias are now relying on social media for them to execute their broadcasting or their informations every blessed day. So don't look down on it. Don't look down on it. I appreciate every one of you. Thank you very much for your time. Press on the like, help us to share. Press on the dollar sign if you can. Encourage what we do here. And God bless you, my people. For those of you that want to call in, this is the best time for you to call in. If not, we're just going to move on now so that I can hear from my wonderful people here and take it from here. Thank you so much. Now God bless you. Now I'm waiting for the first caller. While I'm waiting for the first caller, I'll just go on the comment section to see if I have any message there for me. Okay, the first person is here already. Thank you very much. When these things start to ring like this. Thank you, Mr. Joseph Orji. Please talk to us and good evening to you.
Hello, Mr. Elvis. Hello. I greet you and I greet Mommy Diaspora.
Thank you, sir.
And everybody on the panel. And yeah, I just want to touch on this Oshomole and Shom Akiboloye thing. The problem, Mr. Elvis, you see, when these people are invited to come, they go into the grey room before showing up in the studio. They now agree on the line of questioning, the kind of question they would ask Oshomole. Shom would have agreed with him. And that's why the whole thing became a monologue. No interjection. Can you imagine? You're going to go, these are going to be your question. You would have just Google who pays VAT in the UK. It's just tourists only. Now it was only tourists that they touched on. It started from 2020.
Yes.
It's only tourists that comes to buy stuff and they go out that they normally exploit and then they want their refund back. But residents, no. Residents and businesses still get their VAT back. The way you said it's like nothing. Anybody living in London or anything,
he doesn't even know what he's doing. He's a rubber stamp senator, rubber stamp.
Don't see that here. No interjection at all. You allow this man. Look at what
exactly. Shehu will just sit there. Eh? Oh God.
How Shehu needs to do? Shehu go to market. These are going to be the question. There is even one the receipt. One man posted the receipt online. He did shopping 2020, I think 2009 or 2020. He showed us his list and he went to the same shop in Lagos. He did the same shopping just this January 2026. And it's a great difference. Serious increase. More than 200% increase.
Thank you, Madarita.
These are the issues. These are when you want to interject. I don't know, these people, and here you are expressing, let him go and do that nonsense in Arise. With Rufai.
You go and do it with Rufai, it's not possible.
They don't go to Arise anymore.
Exactly.
And this wicked man, he comes to that channel TV, make it a monologue, and she cannot interject. They cannot, I don't know why. If there's anything, if I was saying, I would tell Oshomole.
You don't know the power, of brown envelope, sir. The power of brown envelope, I've consumed all of them.
I don't know. Are you in the year of the senator? Tell who don't you? This is how we expose them. What they've done, they've agreed on. This thing is, it's a total disservice to the nation.
Thank you, sir.
It's totally wrong. Who don't you?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Joseph Forgy. God bless you, sir. Thank you for speaking truth to power. God bless you, sir. Okay, I'll take another call quickly. Please call on time. I will not pick your call once my panelists start talking. That's it. Just you are here listening to us. I don't know why people will be calling later on. No, the job, I can't do all of them at the same time. Just call now. Let the course. There's time for callers. There's time for panelists. That will take it from there. Appreciate every one of you right there. Okay, you are not ready.
Elvis.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, sir. Sorry. Try check
Yeah,
your
hold
WhatsApp,
on.
yeah.
Somebody is talking. Hello, good evening to you. Your name and where you calling us from?
Hello, good evening, Mr. Niger Wabash.
Yes, sir. Good evening, sir.
Everyone, good evening, all the panelists. I greet everyone. I'm calling from Asaba.
Oh, wonderful.
My name is Noel.
Thank you very much. All the way from Asaba. Talk to us, my brother.
Thank you very much, my brother. Briefly, I want to talk about, let me digress a little from the discussion today. I want to talk a little about my principal, His Excellency, Mr. Peter Obi.
Okay.
The reason why the APC government is fighting His Excellency Peter Obi since 2023 general election is because they know and they have the results that Mr. Peter Obi won the election of 2023. They know. Like what was his name? The former governor of Ekiti State, Ayoshe, said that the only light in ADC currently
is Peter Obi.
Is Mr. Peter Obi.
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Peter Obi is the only threat. In fact, is the only problem that SPC does not have solution for currently. They don't have solution. That's why they are fighting tooth and nail to ensure that he doesn't have a platform to run come 2027. That's just their plan. That's their plan. They don't want it to run because they know that once it's on the ballot, it becomes a problem. So if ADC, I will advise ADC, if they are hearing me, I don't know, if they can put their house in orders, because a house divided against itself can never stand.
Exactly.
If they can put their house together and forget about personal ambition, forget about ambition, forget about settlement, forget about tribe, forget about ego, and simply hand over the ticket of the ADC to His Excellency Peter Obi, I can tell you, before 12 noon, come 2027 election, Obi would have won the election.
Exactly.
No matter how, if even though all the 36 state governors are going to decamp to APC, the governor has just one vote, the deputy has one vote. The people are not decamping with them. The masses are still there. All the masses. I know what is. In fact, if I tell you what I hear on a daily basis, what people are talking about 2027, if you go along the streets, you understand. You understand. So you can see that our politicians, the APC, they don't even know what is happening. They don't know what is happening. What is going to happen in 2027 will be a shocker. Will be a shocker if ADC can get
sir,
right.
Sir, I will ask you, what is the atmosphere like in Asaba, in Nigeria?
It's cool. It's cool. It's fine.
So what's the
fine.
people saying concerning this whole situation? You know,
everybody is support. Everybody is. In fact, everybody is for Obi. Everybody is for Obi. I have a relations in those states. I have a relations in Port Harcourt. I have some in Lagos. I also have in Abuja. So even in Akwa Ibom. So I talk with them on a daily basis. I kind of ask questions. Even sometimes when I travel to, the last time I traveled to Enugu, in fact, when you go around these states, you will just know that everyone is for Mr. Obi. Everybody, they are tired. Everyone is tired of the APC. Everybody is tired. Everyone in Nigeria is tired. Forget about this one. They are all decamping, going on social, going on air. Look at what the city senator is just saying on national TV. Well, I blame I blame Shosha because Shehu, I don't know what is wrong with him. With all due respect, but I don't know if he's intimidated, if he's scared to ask questions. Oshomole cannot go to Arise TV to go and sit and Rufai is there and they cannot ask him questions. That's not possible. So you can see what they are doing. So after 2027, we'll know all of them. In fact, most of them they are not going to return back. These senators, Robert Stamp, they are not going to come back. They won't come back in 2027. Thank you very much. That's my submission.
Thank you very much, sir. Right. I really appreciate you. Let's hear from you more often. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Simon, please talk to us, sir. Good evening to you.
Hello, sir.
Yes, sir. Good evening to you. Go ahead. Talk to us, sir.
Now, nobody work for that channel's news. You know, Oshomole ask and say whether it not be labor, I better be a job they do so. Now be all those things so. Well, person they don't give us as a Ghana was talk. Anybody do it all the job bribe, you know go fit they talk too much again. That's what it's supposed to be. You know fit talk too much. Now what I say for that. Now Oshomole know with the shame. If Oshomole salary they month, you know reach 30 to 40 million naira. When they talk about people they receive 1 million, 500,000 or 300,000. All the senators that salary they know reach 40 to 50 million. The project never did so they gather all together. They go almost 70 million, 60 million a month to pay the job. They also come constantly talk. They don't the pity for the poor. Mostly now Oshomole. You don't even get any pity for poor people at all. You know that is why if I they pray, maybe they buy or die. Go bless maybe they say they pray because they say maybe this man will not get papa. Anybody when they do any politician when they do well for the country, my prayer for them I made they buy. So that made the country more see the one we can't do the country do better with the country good. As for that position, now some say for that Oshomole, because Oshomole know we just get pity of poor people. We ready to come out person with 5 naira for a pocket, carry on. You know, you just get that joy at all. As for Peter Obi, my Obi say me they just try me they just say me you remember for that this make it not go on you. Because the way the Tinubu government be, it took the mess. The CPC, their own, it go worse. So they say they come in 2027. It go too worse for Nigeria. And my own be saying they no come back. Any ADC one do one with Peter Obi and the article. May they also, may they agree for something. May they come out this proof for power in 2027 because now only that maybe Peter Obi because this two when I carry first and second, they take Tokamo as the other thing I give them for election. I think I give them the Senate first and second. So they two not there for one place now. Tinubu, APC government, they're not the appeal. They are prayer and made them separate. Now be their prayer now. Because they're separate, they'll go sitting and say Tinubu already take out the governor for the state. Okay. So no matter how they want to manage, may they also remember they may go one after they see the men for the two of them. How they want to do one become president, one become.
Thank you, sir.
May they also get together.
Thank you.
May this government come for power.
Thank you,
no
sir. Thank you, Mr. Simon. God bless you, sir.
What?
Okay, I would like to take my last call. Mr. Oga Prince Collins, I would like you to talk to us. Chapali, guys, press on the like. In case you come and lovely brother, thank you very much for the super chat and thanks for the wonderful text attached to it. I'm very, very grateful. God bless you, sir. Guys, you can do the same. Press on the dollar sign, encourage what we do here. Also press on the like button, help us to share, take our voices far. Okay, Prince Collins, you are not ready. If you are ready, come to the panel. No more calls anymore. But before that, I would like to quickly move on with these videos here. Let's take these ones here quickly.
The Nigerian economy grew by 4.6%. Is that really correct? In economics, is that really correct? Can you compare Nigeria with Osun State? Or can you compare Nigeria with Sokoto State? That is not the correct. You compare Nigeria with Ghana, you compare Nigeria with United Arab Emirates, and you compare Nigeria with Argentina. So when you are comparing, which currency do you use? You use the dollar. Now, when you look at our GDP 2 years ago, it was $500 billion. What is it? $1 billion. What is it today?
199.
We are now $199 billion. Are we better off or worse off? We are living in our worst days. Pre-Jonathan regime, before we rebase the economy. Yeah. Before rebasing the economy, we were larger than this. So everybody, per capita income in Nigeria now is nearly above $1,000. What used to be $3,000. So are we better off or worse off? How can subsidy removal and with flotation be better? The question you should ask is, what should we have done differently? And there are options which were made available, written and in discussion to authority. But the cheapest way is for government revenue to boost, hoping President Tinubu hoped that governors will invest in the economy. Was that done? Was that done? But for a few states that actually reinvested this back into the economy, it's important for people to know the truth. After all, your station is about as it is. Yes. We need to say the truth.
Yes, as it is.
This economy is not as strong as it should be. This economy used to be the largest in the whole Africa. Today, the last time I spoke with your correspondent, we were number 4. Today, we are now number 5. Check, the largest economy in Southern America is Brazil. It's also the largest country in population. The largest in North America is the United States. It's also the largest population with largest economy. Then you now go to Europe and see in Eastern Europe, you see Russia as the largest economy and also the largest population. And go to Western Europe, where you meet Germany, the largest population, largest economy. When you come to Africa, oh my dear black Africa, Nigeria is the largest population. It's not the first, it's not the second, it's not the third, it's not the fourth, now the fifth. So how can those two policies be good? It is more than obvious that they were made out of error, they were made in mistakes, and some of us had provided alternative solution to the government. Whether we will take it or not is another kettle of fish. But we cannot say because we have a dish, look for cutlass and beard ourselves, hoping that all will be well. It's like cutting our nose to spite our face. But well, the result is obvious in the public domain. People that are watching us and are listening to us, you are themselves. Are they better off today than they were 2 years ago? They should ask themselves. When we say that at the end of the tunnel, there will be light, the father of modern economics, macroeconomics for that matter, John Maynard Keynes, he said, and I quote, he said, in the long run, we are all dead. Ask anybody, we will go through pain. When will the pain end? Can they tell you it's going to be 1 year? It's going to be 5 years? Funnily enough, World Bank seems to provide the answer. Is that we should wait for 10 to 15 years? Can you continue like this for 10 to 15 years? And I asked in 2016, when I was interviewed by journalists, when Christine Lagarde told Nigeria that Don't worry, this economy will not go into a recession. I said this economy will certainly go into a recession. I'm in Nigeria. I'm an economist in Nigeria, and I know for sure that this economy will go into a recession. Did you know that as against advice President Lagarde gave to President Buhari, Nigeria economy went to a recession? Was I happy? No. But is that the truth? That's what economics is about.
Ew. Now the year this is where we find ourselves. But meanwhile, I want you to listen to this one as well, quickly.
That went viral, where the fiery Reverend Dachomo performed mass burials on people that were killed just 6 weeks ago, allegedly by headsmen. And you know, his brother was killed here. I didn't know that this was a recent place. When Reverend Dachomo asked me to visit, I didn't know. I wasn't prepared. And so the grief is fresh. And just the grief is fresh. The grief is fresh. The grief is fresh. The grief is visceral. You need to be here to feel it. You need to be here to feel it. You need to be here to feel it. Community. I didn't want to do this here, but you have to be here. It's horrible. It really is. It's not numbers anymore. It's not numbers. Okay. It's not theory. It's not political debate. Very close. It's wickedness. It's wickedness. It's abandonment. And it's a sense of helplessness. Not just the helplessness of what has already happened, but the helplessness that it can happen again, and nobody will do anything to help them. So,
Iroegbu earlier today adjourned the case that was filed by Governor Fubara and the Deputy Governor, Professor Ngozi Odu. The court adjourned the matter sine die, the impeachment matter sine die. So we look at it. What does it mean? We look at the position of the law on this. What's the wider implication of adjourning this matter sine die, the impeachment matter that was going on, and then the parties went to court, and the matter was adjourned to today, and today in the court said this matter is hereby adjourned sine die, right? Justice Florence Fiberisima of the Oyibo High Court of Rivers State, sitting at the State Judiciary Complex in Port Harcourt, has adjourned sine die. Sine die. The two separate suits filed by Governor Similaye Fubara and Deputy Governor Ngozi Odu, seeking to halt ongoing impeachment proceedings against them by members of the Rivers State House of Assembly. The lawmakers had last week initiated impeachment proceedings against the duo over alleged constitutional misconduct, particularly on matters relating to financial appropriation and misappropriation. In response, Governor Fubara and Professor Ngozi Odu, Deputy Governor of the state, filed separate ex parte applications requesting interim injunctions to restrain the Speaker, Martin Amehule, and 25 others, including the Chief Judge of the state and the Clerk of the House of Assembly, from taking further steps in the impeachment process. Now, when an order is granted ex parte, a date is usually given in that order for the hearing of the motion on notice. And the matter came up today for the hearing of the motion on notice. This is the Speaker of the Rivers State House of Assembly. The reason given by the court for the adjournment is that the Speaker has filed two separate appeals at the Court of Appeal, Port Harcourt Division, against the ex parte orders that were given by the court, restraining the Chief Judge of the state from setting up a panel of 7 members of the panel to investigate the allegations of gross misconduct against the governor and the deputy governor. The pendency of the appeals was made known to the court officially by counsel to the Speaker, and the name of the counsel to the Speaker is S.I. Ame, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, who then urged the court to adjourn the matters sine die pending the hearing of the appeal. Recall that 2 days ago, the Chief Judge of Rivers State, Honorable Justice Amadi, had written a letter informing the Speaker of his inability to set up the panel to investigate these two persons, the governor and the deputy. And my Lord the Chief Judge cited the two appeals filed by the Speaker, and also cited the ex parte order of the Iroegbu Division of the Rivers State High Court, which restrained him from setting up the panel. And in the letter to the Speaker, he simply said, my hands are tied because of the pendency of the appeals and also because of the restraining order. Now, let's look at the wider implications of these, the legalese, right? One, sine die is a Latin phrase which means till further notice. It also means indefinitely. So no date has been given. It is adjourned till further notice. Two, it therefore means that the impeachment suits at the Iroegbu Division of the High Court of Rivers State will not be heard any further until such time that the Court of Appeal will give its decision on the matters. So, matters have paused at the Iroegbu Division of the courts. No date is given anymore. No proceedings will go on. No orders will go on. Nothing is going to be done again in the two matters pending at the High Court. Why? Because the matters have been adjourned till further notice indefinitely pending the hearing and determination of the appeals that have been filed by the Speaker in the Court of Appeal. Three, by extension, the impeachment proceedings stand suspended at this point till further notice. That is, till the Court of Appeal decides the appeals that have been filed. No one knows how soon these appeals will be decided. No one knows. Now, but there is a big question here, and I'm asking as a practitioner, why is it that the application for the matters to be adjourned sine die was made by counsel to the Speaker? It was counsel to the Speaker that made that application for the matters to be adjourned sine die. Shouldn't the Speaker rather want the matters to be heard expeditiously by the Iroegbu High Court and determined as quickly as possible for them to go back and continue the impeachment proceedings? I'm just asking, right? In practice, and lawyers that are watching, I'm sure they will agree with me. In practice, such application to adjourn the matter sine die and possibly buy time would ordinarily be made by the governor's lawyer. Governor's lawyer and counsel to the deputy governor. But in this case, today, it was made by counsel to the Speaker, not counsel to the governor, not counsel to the deputy governor. Well, let's leave it at that for the time being. Maybe it's just an application that is honestly made by counsel for the Speaker. The days ahead will tell us more about the Rivers State matter, whether the proceedings will continue to a logical conclusion or whether the proceedings is going to end, abruptly on the way or whatever will be the case. The days ahead will be very interesting. The battle is between these three persons. This is the Speaker, Martin Amaewhule. Recall that he did say that the governor is a mistake. On the day that the motion for impeachment was moved, the Speaker did say that the governor is a mistake. A lot of people have disagreed with him on that. A lot of people have said, well, you should act like an unbiased umpire without name calling. But that's it. He said that the governor is a mistake. So he stuck to his gun about the impeachment process, at least from what we watched. This is the governor. This is the man that is to be the impeachment proceedings is mainly against him, and this is the deputy governor. Both of them have been accused of having misappropriated funds and having, done some infractions against the law, warranting the issuing of notice of impeachment against them and the passing of the resolution for them to be investigated. It was at the point of the chief judge setting up the committee to investigate them that these two persons went to court to get injunction to restrain them. And today the Speaker has said, okay, my lord, you just wait, let the Court of Appeal decide. He said so through his counsel. Like I said, the days ahead will certainly be very interesting.
happening in the north, it not concern you. But the sad reality is that these people are everywhere. They are around your corner. They are at your farm. They are living with you. Wherever you find yourself, in the east, west, north, south. So this is a Nigeria problem. The I don't care attitude today, the north are crying. You think it's never a problem. Continue to encourage evil. The evil you support today will definitely work against you tomorrow.
Than to do it because it is constitutionally provided. Right to self-defense is constitutionally provided. And if we cannot exploit it maximally, we will end up being tricked. These people did not use 10 guns to take this operation. They use sophisticated weapons to carry out this menace and act of terrorism. And even the usage of 10 guns we've not been allowed to. And for us to engage them, if government would not engage these people adequately, for us to engage them, it therefore means we must acquire AK-47 to engage them. If government will not do it. So, sir, we are calling, and I'm using this opportunity, a medium, to call on President Bola Tinubu to come to Plateau. We are also calling on the international community to come and help Nigerian government to help and fight this terrorism. Whatever means that will be done. If government cannot do it, government should arm every Nigerian so that we will help government in crossing the border limits that have been infiltrating our areas. Nobody in Nigeria is safe because of Fulani militancy and Boko Haram. No individual is safe. No state is safe. Therefore, Nigerians must rise up and sir, we are saying this. If we don't get any reports within today, we'll come out in mass tomorrow. We'll visit every street in this state in mass position. And whatever follows up, we cannot guarantee peace. If we don't see justice, we cannot guarantee peace. Yes. Okay. Yes. Meanwhile, blazing sir must be stopped. If the government will not stop it, we will stop it. Yes. If government does not stop grazing that has been bastardized and abused as a means of terrorism, we will stop it. We have to live. Our life, our farmland, our everything, our lands have been taken over by force. I want to believe if it were our people in possession of Fulani cows, security will come on us. Yes. But our lands are in possession of people that have got the land. Nobody's saying anything. Is there balance of justice there? Not at all. So from today, sir, I'm in shock. I can be taken anywhere. My life is not more precious than these people. It's not more precious than these people. I can die at any given time. Yes. So government should rise up. Or we will. And then I can't put them out. We should. That will turn notice. We'll take it to the state of it. Everybody should come out. That is my ultimate submission. God will bless you.
Very sad. Very, very sad. Unfortunately, some people don't care about this because it's not their family members that is losing their lives. They're not interested. Yes, this is where we find ourselves. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to every one of you. I'd like us to start talking right now. We have a almost full panel. So I'd like to start with Mr. Alabo. It's good to have you on the show, sir. Good evening to you. Please, I'd like you to talk to us, then followed by others. God bless you, sir.
I would like Mr. Jonathan to hit the ground running.
To key in first. Okay.
Yeah. Mm.
Exactly. I would have loved to call him first, but because you are first. Okay, Mr. Jonathan, thank you very much, sir. Good evening to you. Thanks for joining us today.
Okay, Mr. Elvis, I greet you. Thank you very much. God bless you for the good work you are doing. Fellow panelists, I greet you. God bless you. Great. Mr. Alabo, thanks. I appreciate that. And Mommy Diaspora, you're welcome. Happy weekend. God bless you greatly. And my fellow commenters and callers, I greet every one of you. Happy weekend. God bless you all greatly. First, Mr. Elvis, I want to thank you for bringing those videos, at least the full clip of it. You took your time to present the interview of Oshiomhole, and you just giving me the opportunity. I appreciate it, to reinforce, to buttress my position earlier in the week on this matter. So for those that have not heard me before, I'm not going to say anything new because truth is always constant. I will say it again. You see, this man called Mr. Oshiomhole, you know, it's unfortunate that we have people like him as a representative of the people. It shouldn't be so. It's an absurdity. It shouldn't be so. That is why some people will say, as this statement, that the people deserve the government that they have at every point in time. If you are really finding truism to that statement, you will find it in Nigeria. Nigeria deserves what they are getting. People may argue, no, you deserve it. If a man will come out and say, somebody says she's a widow, I say, if you are a widow, go and die. From that moment on, that man don't lose election now. Which people, again, supposed to lose, like as in the next election? That is the end of his political career in a normal society for saying that statement alone. That line alone. Forget about every other political, whatever, political, economy, whatever. That one alone, that line alone is what opposition and right-thinking people, you say, in as much as even I like you, but I'm sorry, you got to go. That infraction is too much. It will be an anomaly for me to still go ahead and support you. I like you as a person, but unfortunately, you cannot represent the people anymore. That should be the line of thought of majority of people in that society. But no, hell-bent. This man still, he left his former party, he joined the APC, became the national chairman of the party, became senator. You continue to reward wicked people. So you shouldn't expect anything less until we stop that in our society. We shouldn't be expecting anything less. It is the people. They are anybody who wants to talk, because I know people will say, don't blame Nigerians. No, let's talk about it now. This is the finest opportunity to talk about it. I want to debate it today. We deserve what we're getting. If such person should be defeated overwhelmingly, such person is lost. His opponent should win. It should be a landslide victory, overwhelming victory, that rig or no rig, because I know what people will say before you go there. I'm a Nigerian too, and I follow the Nigerian politics, bumper to bumper, yes. Before you go there, don't even try. Oh, they will rig the election. People voted, they will rig. No, if 90% of people vote, they can't rig. But you still find some people, sycophants, selfish people, greedy people, all combined together. They're already forming a class, a majority, a group of about 20, 30, 35% of the voters. Put them all together. The political sycophants, those that are selfish themselves, those that are greedy themselves, add all these people together in a state, and they don't miss votes. All these sycophants, all these greedy people, all these self-centered people, they will vote. They don't miss it. It is those of us that are really, really concerned who will still not come out to vote. So how could someone like Oshiomhole still have a space being a representative of the people? It shows who we are in our society. Completely. How could? They brought him there, as I said earlier in the week. I believe that interview, he was the one who organized it himself. It wasn't channels, it wasn't Sheung who called him to say, come in, Mr. Senator, you need to come in here. There are some burning issues, so let's sort it out. No, it wasn't him. That's why he was not prepared. it was the other way around. It was Oshiomhole, I stand to be corrected, who called him and said, please, I want your time. Because he wasn't prepared at all with all those rubbish, those nonsense. A very classical example that the presenter here used, the UK and Nigeria, he was talking about, VAT. What does he know about VAT? How it works? Let me say this. As we enter 2027, our focus must be on the insecurity that we have in Nigeria and the economy. 80%. The other 10%, you can give it to this, their political shame. All of shame, that the defection all over the place, all this nonsense that is happening, give it 10% and then others 10%. If we miss it, if we do it the other way around, we'll have ourselves to blame. Because the way you can defeat this APC, bring it to the fore, this insecurity issue and the economic issue. That is what they don't want Nigeria to know. That is why they want you to spend your time on the governor of Kano State now, resigning from NNPP, most likely, certainly, moving to APC. That's what they want you to be discussing. Please give it limited time. I beg you. I beg you. Rivers State, please give it limited time. Follow it so that you keep yourself abreast of what is happening. And all the other political matters. The real issue is the insecurity and the economy of the country. That is what we must stand on, those ones day by day, 24/7, as we enter this electoral cycle. Make no mistake about it. Anything short of that, we'll find ourselves to blame. Because that is the only way you can expose this APC government. That's the only way you can expose Mr. Tinubu and his gang. Where do you want to start from? Just tell me. Everything is fake. That's why Oshiomhole can come in and be saying food prices is now low. How, Mr. Oshiomhole? Because we are talking to people who cannot reason. What was the price of bag of rice before you came in? The same thing you treated the dollar. Dollar was hovering around $600-700. You took it to almost 2,000. Now it's around 1,004, 1,005, and you are capping for yourself. Bring it back to where it was. You took rice to almost 100 naira, 80,000. Now it's back to 50, 55. You want people to be clapping for you. Is that how economy works? Because you believe that Nigerians don't talk. You just shovel it down their throats and they just take it. That's why. Everything is all fake. How could a Nigerian government today in Nigeria, APC, telling us that unemployment rate in Nigeria is 4%? Unemployment rate in Nigeria is 4%. You can, the baby in the womb, you can close your eyes. Forget about all economic data. Close your eyes. Unemployment in Nigeria is over 50, if it is not 60%. APC government has the guts to put it out there officially to the Federal Bureau of Statistics that unemployment in Nigeria is 4%. Bring inflation down to 14%. How? Tell Nigeria that the GDP rate is close to $250 billion. How? So you are swimming in all these lies, and you are expecting the economy to grow, deceiving yourselves that by 2030. Look at these dreamers. That 2030 Nigeria will be a $1 trillion economy. How? In the midst of all these lies, there cannot be any growth economically, because all your effort will be spent on defending these lies all true. All true. You can't do anything meaningful. You are talking about Mr. Oshiomhole has the guts there, talking about VAT in Nigeria today. You are paying VAT in Nigeria. What do you get out of it? It just talk. You know,
He has found it so easy to talk so stupidly, believing that whatever he says, people will just take it. He talked with 2, 3, 4, 5 sides of his mouth. He said, if you are talking about payment for schools that have no root, I will join you. If you are talking about giving better conditions, for our teachers, I will join you. He was talking about, if you are talking about, if you are fighting for good roads, good healthcare delivery system, I will join you. Mr. Oshiomhole, here's the question. Does anybody have to fight before the government provide good primary schools for Nigerian children? Does anybody have to fight before the Nigerian government give our primary school, secondary school teacher a living wage and take good care of them? Does anybody have to fight before Nigeria gets basic healthcare delivery system? Does any Nigeria have to fight for that? We should be fighting for improvement. We should be fighting for better standard. Not the basic. Nobody should be fighting for that, Mr. Oshiomhole. You still want to find a space, a good, you still want to be on the good book of everybody. Why you know that the government that you are supporting is doing nothing. Is absolutely doing nothing. Everything about Nigeria is lie. And you cannot move. You cannot improve. The country cannot go anywhere. We need a total overhaul. Who should pay more taxes? Who should pay? Who are those who should be demanding for more, if not businesses, because they pay more taxes? Each individual businesses pay more taxes than an individual person. So they have the right to clamor and to fight for improvement in all areas. They have the right to do that. See, until we get people like this off our space, off our political space, Nigeria is going nowhere. A government that is so convenient for them to lie. They don't see Nigerians as human beings. Over 170 people kidnapped in Kaduna State, and the first reaction from Nigerian government is to lie about it. Here's the thing, Mr. Nuru Ribadu, that is another ransom for you to pay. Go and pay it and pocket. Go and pay it. Another 170 people have been kidnapped now in Kaduna State. In the coming days, you will tell Nigerians that they have been released. Some of them, all of them have been released. Nothing will happen to the criminals. Nothing will happen to the terrorists. You just went there, rescued them, brought them out. That's what is going to happen. And then you will have paid billions in ransom. And you will net or pocket your own. We're going nowhere. We're just going nowhere. But make no mistake about it, though. The United States is not. They are not United States as a country. It's not. They're not stupid, though. They're not stupid. They are penetrating Nigeria gradually. All these ones, we saw it, as I always say. Even before they invaded Iraq, they were there every day, sitting with them on the table. It doesn't matter. They know what is going on. In fact, they are even getting better and better intelligence on Nigeria now. So make no mistake about it. All this military equipment that you say you are getting, see, I said it before. As I always do. And it will come to light, no problem. They are building case against Nigeria. By the time they are done, all this military equipment that they are delivering to Nigeria, after 6 months, let us see what we have done with it. Just wait till the middle of 2026. Maybe they are giving you the military equipment now. Mr. Ribadu, the National Security Advisor, the Minister of Defense. Maybe you are getting it now. Let's wait for 6 months now, what we have done with it. You are getting it. You are just stockpiling it in one warehouse, Abi. You are not using it. You are not arresting terrorists. You are not arresting kidnappers. Rather, we are getting more and more cases every day. So what are you doing with those military equipment that you are getting? What are you doing with them now? Now. You can only run, but you cannot hide. Because the APC government needs this insecurity to sustain themselves in power. They need it, but you cannot fool everybody, including the United States. You cannot. You need this insecurity to sustain yourselves, your political party in power. You need it. If insecurity problem is taken care in Nigeria today, with all this mounting economy problem, APC government have no case again. They are dead and buried. Finito. So it is the insecurity. They need it so badly. They need it, must continue. Yeah.
Are you sure? I'm just wondering. Are you sure that they are not piling up this equipment to fight civil war? One region is not piling it, systematically to fight civil war against other parts in future. Because I don't see the you get what I mean?
You can't rule that out as well. It's possible, but all this equipment they are getting from United States as of today, we should be seeing it. We should be seeing it that they are using it.
Oga Jonathan.
Yeah.
They are lying. It's only one equipment that was brought in, and every other hardware they gave them access to buy one hardware that is the 24 jets. 11 helicopters that will be brought in from America, and those ones are not yet intact. The only equipment they brought in was the radar detector that America is going to install, and America is going to be on ground. That is why they came in yesterday. The African command came in 2 days ago to visit the defense.
That visit, those American top military guys that came to Nigeria yesterday, yes, you don't need anybody to tell you that they are going to be on ground. That's the reason they've taken out their political class now. It is the military now dealing with them. So they are going to be on ground. That I know for sure. They are going to be on ground. So we'll see how this will pans out in the next. Just give them 90 days. We'll see whether this will continue or not. They are the one providing intelligence, Abi, not the man, not a screwdriver man from Onitsha, because they cannot come out. They can't eat their cake and have it. They cannot be doing all of this. We're seeing it, all of this. And then you still turn around and be using propaganda to tell Nigerians that it is one screwdriver guy that is giving America intelligence. These people are so
very funny country, very funny country.
Very, very funny. So let me just leave it at that. On River State, I've said it day one, there will be no impeachment. It's not going to happen, and we've seen that playing out. There's not going to be any damn impeachment. All this one they are doing, all they are fighting for is money. All of them are crooks. All the House rep, including the speaker, they are all crooks. Just call them what they have. Please, Nigerians, don't romance with these people. These are crooks. All for themselves alone, not for the people of that state. So forget about any impeachment. It's not going to happen. They can play their politics in APC when the chips are down, when we get down to it. Whether Fubara will get the second term or not within the APC, that's another kettle of fish. We leave it for them. We leave that one for them. But this impeachment is not going to happen. I'll leave it there. Thank you very much, guys. I appreciate it.
All right, Mr. Jonathan, thank you very much, sir. God bless you. Thanks for your submission. Let's hear from Mother Rita. Mother Rita, thank you very much for your time with us this evening. Good evening to you, man. Please talk to us.
Thank you, Mr. Elvis. Good evening. Happy Saturday. I am speaking from a place of minus 30 plus degrees Celsius. So it's very, very cold. But
what is nice
now this time? Now this time, this your black soup. Take it, be compulsory with better pepper.
Sorry, Madam Rita.
Mr. Jonathan, it's not funny.
What a nice weather. What a nice weather.
It's not, that code
Exactly.
is not letting go at all.
Hey, minus
I
30
saw
plus,
it
but
on
we are
CBC.
good.
I'm following it every day here on
That's
TV.
why we are
It's
Canadians.
not letting
We are
go,
very
man. Each time I watch it, I will say, wow, Madam Rita, now, where are you? This code.
We are good. We are good. We actually still go out and do what we got to do, you know. And I praise those people who are essential workers who need to go to work every day, regardless of the weather. I really admire them, especially people in the health sector. God bless them. Yes, greetings to everybody. Dream Nation, Mr. Jonathan, Black Panther, Prince Collins. It's been a while, Prince Collins. And Madam Patricia. Good evening to my lovely mommy, Lamehi mommy. And I'm just going to say hi to Vitus Ekwebelem, Discussion Channel TV, Jesonovia Arinze TV. I'm not going to call somebody's name that was saying that. I'm not going to call somebody. The person's name starts with O, and you know yourself. Michael Genemaro, Abuazi. I haven't seen Mr. Johnson Emmanuel, Ikechukwu, Owenye Dikam. Sorry, Okeke Okere. Lady Eugenia, how you doing, ma? Good evening, Divine Cross, Timmy Alaibe. Somebody came to my mind. Not Madam Origin. The lady, she used to come online. Oh my goodness, her name just came off my head right now. She's been a long time. She's been here. It's one of
Is it Madam Patricia?
No, it's one of our she's in the comment section. She's somewhere in Europe. Yeah, she's a Benin woman. I just forgotten her name. Yes, greetings to everybody and Kinsley. Sorry if I missed your name. I'm just scrolling on Peggy Modi and everybody. And those of you who are watching, and Madam, what's her name? My sister, Irene Finest, you are missed. I'm not going to say much because I'm having a little bit of cold here. But regardless, Nigeria is always like, everything is always standing on alert when it comes to Nigeria. And what do I really need to say? Mr. Elvis, you know what? I'm just going to be honest. It got to a point you were playing Adam Oshomole speaking. I just had to turn off my TV. I just didn't want to listen anymore because I was trying to prevent myself from saying what I shouldn't say on national TV. But I will tell anybody, believe Adam Oshomole at your own risk. Yes, believe Adam Oshomole at your own risk. And thank you very much, Mr. Jonathan, for that very explicit submission, about Adam Oshomole. I have no idea why he had to come on TV to talk about something he knows nothing about, but you're coming to cover up for something that's just obvious even to a market woman that knows numbers.
Naturubu Sender.
I am even embarrassed for him. Honestly, I feel he just came to fool himself on TV, looking at them like, how can you put a tax on top an earnings that's already been taxed? Who does that?
Oga, please call this off your camera, beg. Off your camera. You are showing everything that we don't want here. Thank you, sir.
Who does that? How can you tax on top earnings that has already been taxed? It doesn't make sense, Adam Oshomole. I'm not just in I'm not just in a very good mood today. So I'm trying to be calm, and this whole Nigerian issue, whether it's Rivers State or Lagos State is just full of sadness. I'm just sad. I'm just sad. When you play that video of Chude, you see those coffins and those women wailing. Do you know what it is for a mother to wail? She's not crying, she's wailing. That's very deep. Very, very deep. And a mother that's wailing and she's crying to God. If you don't feel anything, I don't know who you are. You're possibly not a human being. It's beyond politics. It's beyond natural resources. It's beyond religion. It's just sheer wickedness. Just the way truth is just sheer wickedness. Mr. Elvis, I don't know how you could even play that or even watch it today. I just couldn't even look at those women wailing on those graves. And we are seeing this on a daily, it's happening on a daily basis. Thank God for social media. This has been happening while all of us from the South, we're growing up, driver will pick you up, go to school, come back, you travel for vacation, come back, you go to parties, meet your friends, you know, just be enjoying just be feeling joy in every way. But those people who live in the north, I'm talking about when we were growing up, where, you know, the internet wasn't as vast the way it is today. These things were happening in the north. These things were happening in the north already. We didn't know. People were silenced. The media, as at that time, NTA was a powerhouse. It was quiet. I'm very sure Ray Power, Raymond Dokpesi's channel, also news because he's very affiliated with the North. They were silent. But now that social media has come, people can travel there and look at what's happening in real time. We have to do something about it. I don't even expect, you see, those people who are wailing, mentally, physically, psychologically, they're already weak. When we say, oh, they have to defend themselves, T.Y. Danjuma is saying defend themselves. They say defend themselves with what? Kunu? People who have been defeated mentally. How they go? They are weak already. And that is what this sinister satanic group are doing. They want to weaken the minds of the people that they can't even defend themselves. And they are succeeding, unfortunately. This administration, the past administrations, I'm not saying in singular, plural, past administrations have fed through this and they didn't do anything for obvious reasons. Nigerians, we have to wake up. Oh. Nigerians, we have to wake up. You see us talking here every day. We just come here to talk. Mr. Elvis dedicate his time. You know, people in the comment section dedicate their time to actually listen and type and comment. Mommy Diaspora coming, people with different time zones coming here. You think we're just talking for the sake of it? We don't know what to do with ourselves? It's a serious business. Take it or leave it. It's going to affect each and every one of us. Mr. Alex used to say, I'm not the prophet of doom, but I'm just telling you what it is. This is what it is. It's going to affect us one way or the other. If you think you are so comfortable in your house in North America, you're nice and cozy, you have everything going on for you, you're very, very okay. Trust me, sweetheart, it's coming. It's coming. It's coming. I was just listening to something today, and it was the late Ajimobi's wife, who is been given an ambassadorial spot, and she said something today in Oyo State. Where is our brother? Where is my friend Oremi? Give us our mandate. She said something. She said, we are going to fight to the end. Even if it's state money that they have, we have federal money. Even if they have state people, we have people in the federal. We are going to fight it to the end. I was just like, what am I hearing? This is a woman that seems to be refined. What's the difference between that statement and when MC Oluomo said, Mama Chukudi, if you're not voting for APC, don't go and vote. What's the difference? Can somebody just tell me the difference? She looks like a refined woman, has money, and then the other one didn't go to school, and he's speaking. What's the difference between MC Oluomo's statement and what Madam Majibobi just said? There's no difference. She's just saying, we are ready for the fight. Tug for tug. Mr. Elvis, let me just stop here. I'm just so sad. I'm not just happy the way, like what Mr. Simon was saying, the caller, he was very right. I'm not, you know, what keeps pondering in my heart is, regardless of if the electorates go and vote for Peter Obi, whatever political party he ends up joining, you and I know you and I, those of you listen to me, you know that the man from Bodilon, he has the judiciary if they want to take it to court. He has the INEC who are going to manipulate the numbers. Even if the state governors, the Lilliputs, they call themselves state governors, who have sold their soul, right? They've sold their soul to the man from Bodilon, saying they will support, right? Even if the citizens say, you know what, the governor is just one person, we will decide what we want to do. The governor can meet the INEC commissioner posted to that state. In fact, he will probably be in his office or in his living room eating fried rice and drinking wine. And say, okay, this is the number from, for example, Kobaoka, okay, his ADC is getting 100. Okay, no, you know what, just leave it at 100. Just add the 5 zeros to the Kobaoka and say it's 1 million people. That's what's going to happen. My point is that when all those things happen, what are we going to do? That's where I'm at, Mr. Elvis and everybody. You can have your political permutations. You can guess what will happen, the alliance that will happen or the disalliance that would happen. When we get to the main meat of the matter, which is election day and election results, and 2023 becomes a deja vu, what are we going to do? That's all I'm interested in. Thank you very much.
All right, Moderator, thank you very much, ma'am. I understand how it is, but we'll continue to do our part and speak truth to power. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Let's listen to Prince Collins.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
I just say yes, yes.
Hello, you say yes. Oh, you know the yes.
Okay, Black Panther, please just stay mute, please. Prince Collins, talk to us. I'm going to mute.
Mr. Najawas, can you hear me clearly?
Yes, sir.
It is well with everyone. It's so sad that we are where we are. It's so painful that our nation, our great nation, has become, has been reduced to, a mere joke. It's all these things that is happening. If anybody has been doing one thing with me, is to follow me as regards my consistency, how consistent I am regarding the issue of Nigeria becoming worse and worse on a daily basis, and how a time is going to come that it won't be able to even travel back home, talk less of coming back in, because it's going to get worse, because evidence shows that whatever implementation, whatever action that is being taken is on a negative way, and there is no step to go in a positive direction to effect a change. So what is happening now for me, it's so sad and so painful, but it's not surprising to me. I saw most of these things 15 years ago. Except Nigeria has not happened to you. That's when you say Nigeria is a country. It needs to happen to you as a person. Then you can know what Nigeria is all about. It has happened to me multiple times, personally, personal experience. Pains and agony is what Nigeria inflicts on their citizens. Nothing but pains and agony, nothing but tears, nothing but regrets, nothing but failure, nothing but disappointment. That's the nation that God has brought us to be from. Nigeria is a nation that has no direction, that has no what we make us refer to it as a country. It is just a mere geographical structure manipulated by some users to make money for themselves and their immediate family. It's so sad. Look at Oshomole. I appreciate those that spoke extensively about the idiotic behavior of Oshomole coming to a live media to make nonsense statements referring to Britain and America, that they put tax as a center contest in terms of discussion. That tax is a contest of this discussion, and is a center issue. Oshomole has forgotten that road is also an issue of paramount importance in this same part of the world. Light is also an issue of paramount importance in this same part of the world. Good hospital and health accessibility is an issue of paramount importance in this part of the world. Social justice and social assistance to the people is an issue of paramount importance in this world. And that is why these people are confident enough to talk about tax. Taxation is not what when you collect money from people and use it for your personal interest and ask the people to pay more and more and more. Taxation is for a purpose. In a government that is committed to building a good system, tax is what people enjoy to do. They make good example of the US and Britain when they talk about something that will bring income or make them exploit the nation. But they don't make the same example to refer to the failures that they have, perpetrated continuously on the people. They don't make good example with this same nation that have used the democracy to build a good nation for the people. Oshomole opened his mouth and started vomiting and throwing bombs from his anus. Some politicians are disgrace to their self and the immediate environment and the nation entirely. And a good example of such politician is Oshomole. He speaks from all parts of his mouth without reasoning what he's saying. He's just pooing. He's not speaking. First of all, you have to ask what they use tax to do. The subsidy that was removed, what did they do with it? What's the dividends of subsidy? It's getting to 2 years. What have we enjoyed from subsidy rather than pains and agony? People are buying every day. There's no security. You are talking about taxing the same people? People that you cannot give water, just water for them to drink. People that you cannot give shelter. These are the primary responsibility of the government. Security. You can't give them security. Their life is not guaranteed. They can't even, when somebody go out in Nigeria until he comes back, there is no guarantee that the person will come back. Then you are talking about taxing these same people? I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't understand. And you see people still play politics in this same environment where people are in pains and agony, where people cannot even breathe. People cannot drink water and drop their cup. And the people, Oshomole come in the media and talk about tax. What a disgrace kind of nation is this? It's so painful that we are in this kind of, quagmire. Now it's too late for me now. It's too late to pull out. But people don't know that Nigeria is just too late to fix things. A lot of people will still be thinking that, a new Nigeria will be possible, according to my hopeful brother. It's too late, but many people don't know how late it is now for Nigeria to be fixed. Nigeria is gone. It's gone. What we are seeing now, I want to repeat it just the way I used to repeat all the time. What we are seeing now is just the tip of an iceberg. It's a tip of an iceberg that we are seeing now. This is the beginning of the worst that is going to come in Nigeria. Whether we believe it or not, it is clear. The direction is drawn because the politicians, they are so insensitive that they don't even know what is going on. All they think about is their pocket. Although some of them know. They know exactly what is going on, but they are siphoning the money sending their family abroad to keep them here because when it happens, they will not be part of it. No, that is not true. Everybody is going to share from this. Every single person is going to enjoy this present situation that we are, good or bad. We are all going to feel it. And it's so painful that those that are supposed to fight, they are the ones that are saying that things are okay. Those that are supposed to do the fighting, they are the ones that are saying things are okay. Until it's happened to you, you wouldn't even feel it, whether something is going on or not. Look at what somebody was saying regarding the issue of insecurity. He said there is nothing we can do. The situation is helpless. And my sister Rita just described it. It's a helpless situation. That's the way it is. That's the way people are feeling. People are dying every day on daily basis. It's only because these people have access to media. That's why you're able to see this. The worst of these kind of things are happening every day. So what is the solution? For me, the solution, I think my sister had just talked about it. The final election. That is what me and the panelists of yesterday, that is what I was emphasizing on. That's what I was saying. I am bothered about what my sister Rita just said. The final result. It's not what is happening now. It's not going here and there, coalition, coalite, coalaya. The final result is where we are waiting for. That is the issue. How many times are we going to go to courts? And how many times are they going to push us to the wall and tell us to go to court? And how many times the court is ready to turn us down? How are we going to fix the system before election? Otherwise, we are still going to say the same story again and again. So that is why I don't even know why my principal Peter Obi should be in this race. Because if we are talking about authentic love for this nation, we shouldn't be talking about election at this moment. Because I don't hide my feelings. I don't care what people are going to say. If you love Nigeria, this is the time to fight to put the rule of law right, to put INEC right, so that things will be done properly. You must not be the president now because you can't. You cannot be. So what you need to do right now is to galvanize the obedient and let us fight the fight of faith. Let us see how we are going to go against this present government so that they can put what it takes to do a very, very honest election, free and fair election, transparent election. That's what we need. That's the only thing that can make transition and democracy stable. Anything outside that is a joke. Look at what is happening in River State. Fubara, Wike, whatever. People are shouting, talking different nonsense. I just laugh. Who put Fubara there? The people didn't vote Fubara in. Fubara was not voted by the masses. They truncated the election of the people. And it was Wike and his cabal that put Fubara there. So if he's misbehaving and he's not complying to the agreement, they should grind him. They should grind him so that others will learn. I don't know why people are supporting these evil people. You were not there. I was not there when they had their discussion. And this is the kind of discussion they have every day, every time, and in every election to jeopardize the interests of the people, to work against the masses, to destroy the intention of good people, and to make sure that the people's mandate are not in place. So whatever happened to them, if not for the resources of rivers that is being wasted, I don't care what happened to Fubara. They should take him away. They should impeach him. Then impeach the other one that is coming. Let the problem continue until people begin to learn from the truth. Because the fact is that if you don't do things right from the beginning, you can never get it right. Just as Mr. Jonathan said not quite long, that if you lie, you're going to keep lying to keep the lie that you said before. And If you begin to do the wrong thing, you're going to start spending your resources trying to coordinate the wrong that you have done to make it appear as if it is right. And the result is there. The result of the wrong thing that we are doing in Nigeria is what we are seeing right now. There is no issue without evidence. You will avoid anything you say you are doing, if it is right or wrong. Time will tell. The time is telling right now in Nigeria. The time is telling on us. And I still laugh at people that say, okay, yes, things are going to be okay. No, things are going to get worse. We all should get ready. It shouldn't be something that will catch us unaware. Otherwise, if we are caught unaware, it's going to give us depression and palpitation and high blood pressure. We should get ready because Nigeria is finished. Nigeria is gone. With what is happening right now, people are being paid, 100 and something people. Can you imagine 170 people kidnapped in a nation that have got government and they cannot trace them? They can't trace them. Yeah, I'll stop in a minute, the service. They can't trace them. 170 people, how did they give them food? How did they give them shelter? These people, 170. It's a joke. It's a business. On that note, I will stop here, Mr. Najawas. God bless you and God bless all the panelists. I appreciate everyone. Mommy, that's what I mean. God bless you. And God bless those in the comment section. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, my brother, Mr. Collins. God bless you. Thanks for your support and your wonderful submission. Okay. I'd like to quickly appreciate you, sir, Mr. Adelaja Ogumbiyi. God bless you. Thanks for always being there. God bless you. I'm very, very grateful. Guys, you can press on the like, help us to share, press on the dollar sign, encourage our work here. And God bless our people. Let me call on Mother Patricia before Black Panther. Mother Patricia, please talk to us. Good evening to you, ma.
Good evening, Mr. Elvis. Good evening. Thank you.
Yes, ma.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma.
In a while. Yeah. Good evening to Mommy Diaspora. Thank you again and again for all that you do. We really, really appreciate you. Thank you. All our comment section people, good morning, good afternoon. Wherever you are watching us from, please like and share, hit on the dollar sign as well. It's great to be here again today. Mr. Alabo, good evening. Mr. Jonathan, Margarita. Yeah, good evening to you. Mr. Collins, Mr. Black Panther, great to see you all. We are all here again to lend our voice to this, to the plight of Nigerians, this country. Yeah. I overheard Mr. Alabu yesterday trying to persuade or convince Mr. Collins to kind of see things from his standpoint of view, which is that everything is fine. We should just go to the booths and cast our votes. Everything will be fine. I disagree. Everything is not fine. No, nothing is fine. Nothing, as far as I'm concerned. Without this, without the electoral law being looked into and changed, to compelling the INEC must use the beavers to display and to show the results from the polling units, and the polling unit results should be what should be final. We don't need all those collation center. We don't need them. We don't need them. If they say they have this system, it's all computerized. The computer, the system can add the numbers together and let us know who wins. We don't need all these moving ballots from one unit to a collation center, because that's where they do all this, their mago and So we shouldn't be deceiving ourselves here. We shouldn't, because Mr. Collins tried to. The same thing is the same plight he has now. The same thing he was saying yesterday, but you try to convince him that nothing like that. And Mr. Alabo even went as far to say that Mr. Peter Obi said they will fight it with everything this time. But one place he didn't say, which I think is deliberate, because if you say you listen to him, then you should say verbatim, word for word, the way he said it. You should not omit anything. After he said, it will not be like 2023. Yeah, we are going to fight it with everything possible. Then he used the word legally. He used that word legally. He could have just left it there, the way you try to come and portray it here for us. He could have just portrayed it the way you came to say it here without putting legally, But you came here and you just said they said it without putting that legally, which means he's still heading to the court. MC Oluomo, when he was telling Yashikudu not to come and vote, did he mention anything whether legally? No. It was a direct threat. So if you are also posing a threat, you must emphasize your threat in what you are capable of doing. Not that you will say legally. Legally means, what is legal? When it's legal, then it's no more, how are you going to do it? Do you think you are going to wrestle Nigeria from a Tinubu hand legally? The person that snatch and the person that grab and smash and run away, you are saying you are going to fight him legally. How? And then people that become his mouthpiece, like Mr. Alabo here, you are also trying to deceive Nigeria and say he said he would do this. But you didn't put that one though, say he said legally. Oh. Please add that legally, because that legally carry weight. It carry weight. Make we not downplay him. Put that one, join her. That already tells me the direction he's talking about. Okay? So may we not deceive anybody here. Not be my own. Then Oshomole now very, it's not fit. It's not fit to be called distinguished or esteemed or excellency or whatever the name they are calling themselves. People with people that have His Excellency that is not excellent in character. Can you imagine? They call themselves His Excellency, is this, is that, but they don't have any of those traits in them. It's all deception. It's not the same person that was jumping on the rolly bed at the airport like a monkey. Not be that same person. Now, and he also said that they are buying food cheaper now. Nigerians are saying food are over cheap now. That's the same person. And I don't blame him. It's people like Shehu that is also a part of the whole game, because I don't see anyhow a person like me will be interviewing Oshomole and I will let him be running his mouth the way he's running his mouth, and I will allow him just to pass the information, and I will not have anything to say. I will not counter him based on the facts that everybody can relate with. I'll let him come. She said, look, that he came to sell his product. That's what he came to do. Okay? He came to sell Tinubu. Now he can't sell. And they are paid to do that. They paid channels to do that. That's why the interviewer the uncle.
Exactly, ma. Exactly.
Yeah. So
he came to sell his product.
Yeah, he came to sell his products. That's what he came to do. Hence, the
because
person
he has already paid for it.
Yes, now he came to sell his product now. So, so he's there to project what he paid for, and make anybody when they put there that they say now they want challenger, ask a question when they say go put up on the spot. That person can even lose their job because why? This so-called fourth arm of the realm, they are all complicit in the plight of this destruction of Nigeria and Nigerians. They are all complicit. We shouldn't forget that. Yeah, as nice as they talk, you know, they are all in the same boat with the politicians. They are in bed with them. Hence, none of them can ask them any substantial question that will reveal the wickedness in their hearts. None of them. They don't dare. So I will just leave it. Oshomole is a disgrace. Honestly, it's a disgrace. And he's full of wickedness. That's all I can say. Because ever since, everything he has done from when he was governor till now, I don't see how he has been an addition to Edo State. I don't see that. You know, he's always, his presence in that Edo State. Look at it now. He wasn't not the one that brought Obaseki. He brought Obaseki. After he did his own, he brought Obaseki to come and do his own. Only that at the second term, Obaseki now cried out and said, look, Benin people supported him and he came. Then if that one to do your own wickedness, he said, don't go. So look, it's just a shame. These people don't have, all these people, these politicians, majority of them doesn't have the plight of Nigerians in heart. They don't. They don't. If they do, how they want to take look down on you and your children? If they elevate you, if they empower Nigerians, how they want to come they look down on the commoners? How? It's not possible. So they have to put them there. You know, that's what they are doing. That's the wickedness in their hearts. Because for them, they are happy that people can, they are happy that people can come and queue up in their domot and be begging them for money or begging them for food. They are very happy with that. For a person, I'm not comfortable with that. I would rather help you know how to fence for yourself. Because that is, I mean, just imagine a human being that God created. Now you want to reduce to that. And you are doing it, and you are doing it with joy in your heart. Because they love it. They don't love it. If they don't love what they are meant to Nigerians, is their where they stay? Is it like the commoners? No. Don't they have constant light in their houses? They do. So, but they like them to enjoy that light and see the whole place dark. That brings joy to their heart. But I can tell you that it will not be a long while before all of them go wake up and smell the coffee. Because Nigerians will definitely rise one day. They will. They will. It will take some time, but they will rise. And that day, it will be like dream. It will look like dream for you, for your eyes. Will not continue our wickedness. That's all I have to say. So for me, the whole thing going on with Fubara and the rest, like Mr. Yeah, I know Mr. Evis, like Mr. Collins said, they should grind him. They should grind him. In fact, they should hang him. Because now all of them rigged the election. Thank you, Mr. Evis. I'm grateful.
Thank you very much, man. God bless you. Thanks for that wonderful submission. Appreciate you, man. Okay. Let me come to Black Panther now. Black Panther, if you're available, please talk to us.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, my brother. Yeah.
My brother. It's a great day. Once again, thank you for your good work. I want to thank Mommy Diaspora. May God continue to give you a blessed day. And you live long for us. In Jesus' mighty name. I want to thank everyone and thank the viewers. I will start by saying the Nigerian politicians, they will never change. And Nigeria is not a nation. You see those two things, those two words I've just mentioned. You must, every one of us, go into it and come to that place and prove me wrong. Then I will stop saying it. Prove me wrong and I'll stop saying it. And two, the Nigerian politicians, I know their voice. I know their tongue. I know how when they are deceptive. I know. I'm not a magician, but I know because I've dwelled among them. All of us here, we have dwelled among them. We might not have participated, but we dwell with them. But some of us refuse to hearken to that word they are saying, to use that word, keep it down. Let's see, extract them, and the day they will change it. They won't change it. Their deception, I know when they are deceived because when I hear that voice of deception, I know. Now, Madam Patricia, God bless you. You see, we go in a revolution and say it has a book. We go through different ways, but when it is coming to the end point, you see us, we are aligning. We will align. We must align. It's a must. That was why I told you when I made a pronouncement here that the man that owns African Democratic Congress, Showore, is not a revolutionary. Go and study what I've said today. He's not a revolutionary. He's playing tricks on the minds of Nigeria. Because the book of revolution, the tactical book, you might change the procedure, but we will all align at a point and get the goal, the aim and objective. But he's playing his card. He's not listening to any one of the revolutionaries that is trying to find a good Nigeria. He's not aligning with them. He tag them and put everyone in one bunch. That tells you, and that is a signal to every one of you that he has a game plan. It is not, he has a game. Forget all this thing that he's doing. Anybody can do it. Forget it. This thing I'm saying today, it will be too late when you go too far and deceive Nigerians. I'm saying it now. You should all go and investigate it very well. I've read some books. I know what I'm saying. Now, when we say Nigeria is possible, then Alaba will come. Our leaders have said it, they have a plan. Let me say it today. Dr. Yunus Tatanko, all the plan he's having is no plan. It's surprising, isn't it? All the plan he's having is no plan. It's no plan. Our father said, if you do the same thing that gives you one particular problem, and you want to solve that problem, you continue to do that same thing, you will never solve that problem until you do something that is different, contrary to the principles of that evil that you are trying to counter before you get results. Before you get results. They are planning all these things. He came here to say, oh, diaspora is way to put diaspora. Has he come back to you people again? The answer is no. But they will come and tell you politically, we have a plan. That voice, our leaders, those are deceptive words. There's no leader in Nigeria. The only person that has not said anything in line, that person has not said any deceptive voice like the language they speak, is only Peter Obi. We know Peter Obi, we know his pattern, but what plan do we have that we contradict and work to get that principle the Agbados are using? We don't have. If you say you want to use legally, you will fail woefully. But God will bless you. You will fail like it will be worse. Your failure will be worse than the former election. Your failure will be worse than the former election. If you think you can just go in a room, be calculating, get the revote. Yes, get the revote. Don't do anything. Be getting all the revote. When they will announce, I will see how your power will take change that pronouncement. Whether the Nigerians that you have now can face the bullet that will come from those people. Let me tell you people, the Nigerian people is weak already. Let's be very clear about it. Let's not deceive ourselves. They are already weak. And in a nation where you are going like when you like all the principles of getting a nation, they have undergone that, they have played that principle, and that principle has gotten to the latter. Nigerian nation is weak. If you follow the geopolitics of the world, Nigerian nation is already weak. The Nigerian people is already weak. How do you get back your country now is the fundamental question. With the weakness of the people, do you require all the people to get it back? When I said we need external hand, people were thinking that you will continue to say Nigeria wake up. They will not wake up. They will be sleeping because the politicians have made them to sleep. Are giving them medication that will make them to sleep for donkey years because everybody has been concocted into the realm of corruption. Like that was said it here. He said all of them, Nigeria, they talk lie. 99% talk lie. You people don't understand the gravity of those words. Anybody that speak like I never believe in you that speak truth. Already they are gone. Now, those of them that are coming here before to speak with us politically about Nigeria, we're going to do Nigeria well, I'm going to take it back. Where are they now? Where are they? It is because we are liberal. When they come, we open door for them again. When we said they were paid, people thought that we are lying. You said, oh, allegedly. It's not allegedly. This is a confirmation that they were paid to come to Nigeria to speak rubbish. I'm telling you the truth, oh. Those of them in the diaspora were in the winter period. Most of them are not going to work again. Where are they? Your internet is cheap. It's no more than I would say the highest you get is $100. It's cheap. You have paid for it. It's one of the necessities you have in the diaspora. You must have it. Where are they? But when election comes, when the money start rolling into their pocket, they will come here and tell you that Atiku is the best candidate because of do. Because they are liars. They are liars. They are all liars and deceptive. They have been inculcated into the corruption of the system. The system has incapacitated the entire Nigerian people. I will say, I'll give you the word, 99%. 99%. Look at the crime in Benue State. Oga Jonathan said one thing. He said we should, let me divert a little bit to Oga Jonathan. I need to go to that side. He said we should concentrate more on the defense and the economy. Oga Jonathan, may God bless you for that word. You have made a fundamental that will break their back. So that it's one of the things that you use, one of the antidotes we use to wake Nigerians. At least not all of them, to get at least a chunk of 35% out of them. Because if you preach the defense, if you preach economy, it will open up. These people that think they are doing something, it will open it up. And now, in the start of defense, before I go there, Oga Unisa, if you want to win election in Nigeria, you cannot use Nigerians there that we put on the round table and start planning. Use the diaspora that knows it, that knows the geopolitics of this world, that knows what your people are doing. The information you don't get, we get it. We know what Agbado is doing. We can foresee it. I can follow his aircraft, but he switch off the APS system. APS system, he switched it off. I can follow his airplane wherever he's going. I will know where he is. But you people don't know. But you people are not incorporating anyone. But Agbado is incorporating those in that place, incorporating them with money. We don't need money. We want to do a settler service. When have you called Niger Watch? When have you called Niger Watch that want to incorporate your media into the revolution movement of what is happening? When have you called? Nothing. You are doing a movement. You don't have the media, you will fail. Go and look at what Dr. Martin Luther King said. He said something about how to take a nation. If you refuse the media, you will fail it. It's total failure. That's why I say you don't have a plan. You don't have a plan. Look at what the ADC do. Look at that man, the man, that former governor of Edo State. Look at what he's doing. He's doing the job of who paid this bill. That is the job he's doing. It's satanic. I don't know how any word to say about it. It's satanic. When I was looking at it, I was agreed. It took us I should go to my TV and grab him. There he is. I grabbed him. But I just switched it off. Because it's not my problem. My problem now is that we don't have a nation. We need to have a nation. The security aspect of it, they are saying, let me tell you, everyone, a nation, there's nothing bad in saying, I bought 24,000 weapons. I bought this. But the Nigerian people, Nigerian politicians have made all of you in Nigeria to see that, oh, they can't tell it's going to be top secret. There's nothing top secret. It is your plan that you have on paper to deal with those insurgents. That is what is supposed to be secret. Everything about America, everything, how the ship that was built, the one that Roosevelt that is in the Mediterranean now, it is online. How they built it, how the weapon is, everything is right there. But the plan on how to use that thing, you cannot get it. That belongs to the Secret Service. But Nigerians, if they buy one pin, they'll say they have equipment, they supply them. They didn't supply Nigerians anything. What they supplied was the radar, a very strong radar. They can communicate with that radar on ground and see Nigeria and look at how they are moved. The movement of the terrorists, where they are going, where they are coming out. That is what they gave Nigeria. And they gave them access to buy 56 military equipment, hardware, 24 aircraft from the Italian government, 10 helicopters from the Italian government, and 12 sophisticated that America have not sold. They only sold it to Nigeria. Is the third country in the world that we have that helicopter. It's a fighting helicopter. It's very deadly. It's used by the Marines. Very deadly. You can switch off your system. You can switch off the system in that area where it's coming to attack. And it can attack from 100 miles. It will attack. And it will see you whether in the dark it sees. Like America don't sell it to anybody. It's only 3 countries and Nigeria is inclusive. Nigeria bought 12. So what is there that they are hiding that they sold? They've not done it. The only thing they brought to that thing they brought to Nigeria from that aircraft, that airbus that came, is those equipment that will mount it. And to tell you, I told you guys that America is going to have a base. People thought it was a joke. No, they cannot teach you 100% on how to mount that equipment. They will be in charge. And if they are in charge, anybody that is sponsoring terrorism, they will know. That is why they are on ground. Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
You know, see all these your explanation about the strength of America, you know, and all that. Like, fine, America has this, they have the weapon, they have the technology, but like at the end of the day, you and I know, everybody knows, it's America first, and it's all about making deals. I don't want to hear if they have the latest AK-47.
Madam Rita.
How are they going to do that to help us? That's what I'm
interested
Madam
Rita.
In. You don't need to
Madam
know
Rita.
their superpower. That's my point.
Madam Rita. let us not bother ourselves, quote and unquote. We are using the past on America. Yes, every country, what America does, every country does it. But they do it in a different magnitude. But now they have a new policy, a new world order has arrived. You know, Donald Trump set up a sort of a body contrary to the United Nations. And Russia is among. And any country that wants to be a member of that body must be able to drop $1 billion US. They will be the one to settle issues in every nations of the world, militarily. It's no more sitting down. Yes, ma'am.
Interrupting you again. You did all these explanations you're explaining is like, okay, it's high level, intel, but please, how does I'm looking at the application to our situation. We don't really need all these things, whatever America.
Our situation, look, let me answer that question straightforward. You see, our situation does not require rush because they have to have a lot of intel. That is why they are coming slow. But the White House released a memo that they cannot longer wait for Nigerian government anymore because they give them an open door. And that open door is about to be elapsed. That is why they sent them the AFRICOM 3 days ago. They sent in the AFRICOM 3 days ago. And as they sent off the AFRICOM, they have mounted drone facilities in Nigeria as we are talking now.
I'm not saying
to monitor our airspace.
I'm sorry.
No. See, what you are seeing.
What's going on?
Yes, that is, yes.
You and I know.
Yes. It's the same thing. You are not, Madam Rita. Madam Rita, do you know what is happening in Iran now? Do you know what's happening in Iran now? Okay. Are you seeing that America is not just going in directly? They are waiting. They are talking. They are opening all windows.
Okay.
They are opening all windows, and people are dying. People are dying, isn't it? They are opening one window. When they will enter, it's going to be a maximum shootout. So Nigeria, because Nigeria is a nation, they have to open all windows. They don't want to do it in such a way that other nations that are superpower will now copy the same thing. But they have to give all benefit of doubt to the government to do everything. But America presently are taking over Nigeria airspace. Don't let them bulldoze you. Are taking over Nigeria airspace, and they are going to do everything. And when they come in finally, that means it's going to be final shutdown. Because a lot of things are on the table, Madam Rita. The reason why you are not seeing it immediately, a lot of things are on the table. I guess Mr. Jonathan will explain on that. He knows what I'm saying. A lot of things is on the table about Nigeria. And America is handling it unilaterally. That is why you are not seeing them coming with all force. There's a lot of things on table, what to do and what not to do. America want to have the base here, and that base, if they have it, all this rubbish, ura balu, will end about terrorism, because terrorism is a global effect, and America want to mount it, they want to destroy it, so that nations will not be undergoing all these things. They want to end all this insurgent of migration into one particular country. Let everybody do, it's a global world. Let everybody do this. Let everybody come to a round table and make business. Fit a deal. That is what we want. America can have a deal with us. They can have some part of our resources. They can say, okay, we bring technology. After 10 years, we give you the technology, but we have 30%. That's a good deal. What is bad in that? They did it in Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is enjoying the whole system now. So why is Nigeria different? The reason is that you said it yourself, that Nigeria politicians are greedy. Greed is one of the bone of contention within the hearts of Nigerian politicians. You should know that. And to every Nigerians that are keeping the hope of Nigerians, saying that it is possible, it should be under condition. Nobody has a plan. None of your leaders has a plan. It's only Peter Obi. Only Peter Obi. And Peter Obi's plan is different. He is in line with the revolution. But the modus of doing it should stay clear from the Nigerian people. It should stay clear. Because we cannot do it alone again. They have undergone They have made us undergo capturing of a nation, and they have captured the nation. Nigeria will remain dormant if we don't have external force to fight for us. No matter how you do it, it is going to be Nigeria alive. Iran woke up because they got red flag, green flag from America. I remember the American government told them. He said, take all the institution, take all the federal government institution and hold it. Help is on the way. Simple. That is how to wake a sleeping giant. We need a bigger force to wake Nigeria because the Nigerian politicians have made us to go into slumber. Your voice no go fit wake. Your voice can only take a percentage, but it cannot take the marks that you need for the revolution on ground. You need the voice of external force that are your friends. That is what we need. That's why the Persians are getting their land back. The only Persian land, that is Iran. That's the only Persian land. And you know the history of Persians in your Bible. They are getting it back. And America has said all the Christians in the world, they were bound to protect them. And if it be, if they made it such a way that it's possible, they will make a dichotomy and divide it so that Christians will not be killed anymore. Thank you, Nigeria Watch. God bless you.
All right, Black Panther, thank you very much for that submission. I appreciate you, my brother. Okay, let's go to Stay Humble. Stay Humble, it's good to have you on the show today. Thank you, sir. Good evening to you. Talk to us.
Yeah, good evening. It's good to show up again after a couple of weeks of not being here. Yeah, so I think so many things have happened really since I was here last, and then today I saw this Obi Kwankwaso pairing, which is making the rounds recently. So concerning the pairing, I think I've aired my opinion about it a number of times on this forum. I am not really a fan of the Obi Kwankwaso pairing, and the reason for that is very simple. The project of rescuing Nigeria, should be taken very seriously. It's a full-time job, really. And if you're going to do that, somebody like Obi, for example, you need someone who you are going to work with very, very well. You need someone who shares the same ideologies with you, the same principles, and who you can work with effectively. If you have 4 years to pull Nigeria out of the rubble that it's entrapped in, you don't want someone who is there scheming on how to push you aside to be your deputy. You want someone who is committed to the work. And that's why when Peter Obi ran with Dati Baba Ahmed, it made a lot of sense, because Dati is a technocrat. He looks very serious, and he's really, really very interested in helping to solve the problems of Nigeria. I don't see those qualities in Kwankwaso. I'm really sorry, but it seems that majority of Nigerians are happy with that pairing, because on paper, it looks politically smart. But yeah, I'm not a fan. But since people are happy with it, who am I? It's just my opinion that I don't like it. And regarding what's happening in Rivers State, it's really unfortunate, because at the end of the day, the business of governance has been relegated to the background. When you've been fighting since 2023 till now, I don't think there's any much governance going on. The biggest losers will be the Rivers people, And what are they fighting for really? They're fighting for the resources of the people. So it's really, really unfortunate. This is where we've found ourselves and in the Nigeria. Regarding the intervention of the United States in Nigeria um, to solve the security problems or insecurity. Anyway, I know that some people, probably would want this fire brigade, approach. Maybe we'll be expecting that by now the United States would have, um, bombarded the terrorists in several states. But you know that there are so many things that you need to put into account. When you are a superpower, you also want to gain the approval of the international community, which is really important. You don't want to be taking the action, and every day in the news, people will say, "Oh, this is the motive." So I think what America are doing now, they are doing two major things or three major things anyway. They're trying to gain some kind of approval. They're trying um to publicize this genocide thing so that a greater part of the international community will buy into it, make people create awareness in the international community. Then also, I think they want to establish a military base, which will give them a really, really strong footing in Nigeria, because that would also help them to judiciously use the resources they have at their disposal. Because if you are bombarding from outside the country, it costs more money, and you're likely to hit some targets, some inappropriate targets. So it's better to be within and try to even, because you can't continue killing the terrorists, because the people sponsoring the terrorism, they can always recruit. There are millions of helpless, hopeless, unemployed youths where they usually recruit them. So if you kill 10,000 terrorists today, those people can recruit 20,000 overnight. So I think the most important thing is to try to hunt down the sponsors, um, and try to be involved in the thing in-house. So I think in that way, it's better. It makes more sense tackling it than just bombarding them and killing them in their thousands, which will not really solve it. Yeah, so I think it's a step-by-step approach, really. And in the long run, we'll see the benefits. But again, I think the United States, they know that if these guys overrun Nigeria, they too will be in trouble. And for people who usually say that the resources of Nigeria are the target of United, see, the thing is that you cannot live in isolation in the world, really. The world is more of trade by barter, give and take. Really, there are things that they have that we don't have. There are things that we have that they don't have. So there's no country that wants to make progress that lives in isolation. For people that are peddling this really, really false and damaging narrative about the United States coming to destroy countries, look, these countries that people even go to and enjoy, even in Asia, the Middle East. Sometimes they talk about Iraq. I'm sorry, they talk about Afghanistan. Why do they not talk about Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Oman? These are countries that are in strong partnership with the without United States. Um, who will be going to Saudi? Who will be going to UAE? Who will be going to Qatar? Countries like Japan, South Korea, and so many European countries, so many of them, they've benefited working with the United States. So the thing is about what you make out of the partnership. If you want to be a Libya or an Afghanistan. It's up to you. If you want to be organized, to put your house together, to negotiate and be a decent, clean country, then, you will benefit a lot. And then, yeah, it's give and take. We have a lot, in terms of resources, but the most important thing we have is the human resources. With the human resources we have in Nigeria, we don't have any business being a poor. We should be an upper middle class country at the least. Yes, we don't have any business being a poor country. And even some people talk about oil, this and there are so many resources really. Then even the land, even agriculture alone, that Peter Obi has been talking about agriculture. If you invest in agriculture in Nigeria, this country within 5 years will be the beautiful bride of the world. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Stay humble. It's good that you joined us today and put a voice to this. God bless you. Okay, our Dream Nation, are you set to speak right now before I have our final submission?
Thank you, my brother. God bless you
Thank
for
you.
what you
Thank you
do.
very much. Thank you,
God bless you, sir. God is your strength. You're doing a great job, and you will witness that change. It will come before your very eyes. So it's not after you leave. You will be a beneficiary of it. God will reward you and your family for the sacrifice you are doing. And every one of us here on the panel, I appreciate every one of you, Madam Rita, Madam Patricia, everyone, Black Panther. Stay humble. Thank you. Oga Jonathan, God bless us. Prince Collins has left. Yeah. People on the comment section, let us continue to use the like button and continue to share this program. We want it to reach every looks and crannies of Nigeria. That is what we want the message to go around. So help us click on the share button, like it, and subscribe so that you'll be getting this information every day. A new Nigeria is coming, and that new Nigeria is possible. But most of you who does not believe in that new Nigeria is the reason you are coming out here every day to speak. If you don't believe, I don't think you pick up your phone, stress yourself to sit here talking about how we can fix the country. It's because you believe that it is possible. That is why you are making that sacrifice. So that new Nigeria is possible. And all of us, our sacrifice, we will reap it, we will benefit from it. Don't regret, no matter what you are seeing, the obstacles, that is not the end. Nothing good come that easy. For us to get that better country and for us to destroy the evil foundation, it will take a lot of sacrifice. I will go a lot of excruciating pains that a lot of things that people will go through. America went through it. United Kingdom, Germany went through the process. Every country today doing well is in Japan. They have the difficult time which they went through. But that determination from them to say, yes, we'll make it a nation and we will not give up no matter what we went through. And the Americans, they come together and form and say, whenever the Egyptians will see yesterday, we will not see them anymore. And today, they are the world leader. So it's the same thing to Nigeria. They used to call us giant of Africa. But today, the giant of Africa, like my brother said, we are now, according to our GDP, we are now what? 5th position. So that giant of Africa is no more. So when we talk about other places, go to North America, you see USA topping it, and they're holding it strong. They are the giant there. So when you go to South America, you see Brazil standing up there, putting everything together in economy and everything. They are top. You come to Europe, you see how Germany is strong and France.
So those are the things you look at. But when you come to Nigeria, the giant of Africa, we are last. We are even almost the least. Forget about the statistics, they are even giving us fifth position. If you look at other countries, even if there is corruption, but at least their citizens are far better, doing better, and they are having good life than what we are suffering in Nigeria. If the average man on the road is living below $1 a day, it means, so put $1 times 30 days, that is $30. It's not even up to an hour of what somebody do in US, up to an hour of what somebody do in the United Kingdom. So the level of poverty. Then when you look at the resources we have, you'll be wondering, with all these things, and the people are still poor. So that is the irony of it. It's because of the bad leadership. It's because of the system. That first system that you and me are coming out here every day to talk. You think your message is not going far. You think they are not listening to you. You think we are not making an impact. We are making an impact. We are doing something. We are breaking yokes. So I want to encourage every one of us who find that time to come to the panel to speak about Nigeria. Don't be discouraged. Your message is going far. They are hearing you. You are changing a lot of minds. You are an inspiration to a lot of people. When you come here to speak, you're giving hope to the hopeless. So I don't want you to contradict yourself. If you are coming here, it means you believe we will get that country. Whether you want it to be in pieces, whether you want it in overhauling, whether you want it to come through rain or through sun, it's the same thing every one of us are doing. We want a better Nigeria. And that new Nigeria which we want is possible. Our unity in getting that should be the right word to say is sacrosanct, not the one the North are saying unity of Nigeria. I'm not talking about that. It's the unity of the common man on the street who want that change. The change of leadership, the change in our institutions. Because we have a failed institution, that is why we are suffering. I don't know how many of us have witnessed or have been in the place to see loved ones, God forbid. I know you will say, everybody, many people will say, God forbid. But I will tell you, the people in Plateau State, when it was happening in Borno, if somebody should tell them, we don't wish this one, they will say, God forbid. Nobody wish it. But today, it's at their doorstep. Is it the one happening in Benue? Is it the Kaduna what they are going through? So we will say, God forbid, but it's around us. The people are there with you. They are in the market with you. They are in your villages with you. They are living. They are mapping out strategy. They are aspiring to see what they want to do and when to strike. They have planted them across your forest, and they told you they are what? Just traveling with their cows. That is not the reason. And that is why they don't want you. They don't want to go and buy land and put their cow together, feed them there. They want to walk freely, carry their car to map out and continue to monitor you, monitor how vulnerable you are, how you people sleep without security. Those are things they do. Are we surprised that they said they even use drone? The people say that they are confused. They don't know if the drone is from the military. If you are the military operating the drone, then give them a signal that say, okay, we have seen the people go and strike. That is what the people in Plateau State are complaining. Because they are not sure. They will see a drone hovering around their places
And the next thing you wake up, before you wake up in the morning, the whole village is gone. Who is behind all those things? What is happening? And the people are saying they normally do this thing during festive period, and when they want to harvest their crops, they will come and strike. They don't want them to go to farm. The remaining farm that is remaining. Look at people losing. Family of 5 Nigerians. It touched me. It's really sad. I wept when I saw the people rolling on the floor, crying. People who lose their children. Because I know the importance of children. I've said it before. Wherever you are, is it in Canada? Is it in US? Is it in UK here? If you know how much the government put in place from the antenatal they spend on a woman, then the woman will give birth to a child, then how much resources for you, the process alone that government has spent money on one child, then you will know that they don't joke with. When you see one person, they say something happen, one person, useless person, go right maybe with knife to stab somebody and anything happen. That is why you see the whole nation will shut down for one person, because they value life. But in Nigeria, did you see any comment from your president? Is it the governor? Instead, governor will come and deny the fact. Governors will come and deny the fact because they belong to one party. That is the problem we have. Did you see the sad reality in Kaduna? They kidnapped over 100 and something people, and police came and shooting the people, local government chairman, the politicians, intimidating the people not to say anything. It means they are the people even teleguiding these terrorists. They are the people coordinating these people. It means there is a reason for them. They don't want the people to raise alarm until the people succeed to carry the people away far before the military will come. That is what is a coordinated one. Because I will not see the reason why a policeman will come to shut internet, threatening people that you are bringing false news. That is not true. That is what we notice here. And they shut the old villages down, intimidating them. Even press tried to even go to ask them questions. They told the press that they don't want, they instruct them not to say anything. Tomorrow, then the next day, you now come out, the same Nigeria you threaten, that they are spreading false news. You came out to tell Nigeria with no remorse. Nobody is held accountable. Nobody, they are not questioning anybody. They just came out to tell you, okay, this is true now. The people, no apology, no remorse, no human empathy. They are not even showing anything as if they have feelings, blood running through them. That is a system we have. It's really sad, Nigeria. But I will continue to encourage us for us to unite. Our unity as the common people on the street is the only way we can take back our country from these criminals. Thank you, Mr. Najawash. And God bless you, sir, for what you do once again. Najawash, can you hear me?
Okay, I think the next person is Mr. Jonathan Kingsley. I think we are the last leg of the show, except Mr. Elvis changes. So, Mr. Jonathan Kingsley, your last submission, 2 minutes, sir.
Okay. All right. So let me just say this finally. In addition to what I said earlier about Mr. Oshiomhole, just to expose.
Okay, Mr. Okay, can you hear me?
Okay. Just to further expose is outright stupidity and ignorance, talking about what he doesn't know about. It is only in Nigeria where the government will be punishing the people for spending. In Nigeria, Nigeria's
Mr.
government.
Elvis, Mr. Jonathan, yes, we can hear you, but your network is poor. It's breaking.
I know.
Your network is breaking. It's breaking.
Just round off, please. Just to two.
Okay, all right.
All right.
So
all
as
right,
I
all
was
right.
saying, that it is only in Nigeria where you see the government punishing people for spending. Where in every normal society, the government wants people to spend more. You see, they want to be spending. The government, it is the government that should be spending less.
30 seconds, sir.
Encouraging people to spend more. But in Nigeria, it's the reverse, and it's coming out to preach that. That shows his total ignorance of what he's talking about. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Thank you very much.
And then, okay, let me leave it there. Let's leave politics aside for now. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Black Panther, you have 2 minutes, please.
Thank you, Madam Rita. Thank you very much. I want to start by saying thank you, Nigeria Watch and everyone. Nigeria is not a united country, and it can never be united until we find our differences. And I want to state it categorically clear. Before we speak about unity and say that our problem, every country has gone through this. Yes, every country has gone through their own style, system, how to get their system right. But there's one thing we have not spoken here. Those countries that have got it right, they didn't get it right because their diversity is like us. Their diversity was never like us, and their religion donation was never like us. Nigeria is a peculiar situation where you have people that believe in Sharia, people that are Christians. What is our problem now is ideology differences. Now, I'll mention Iran, Israel, Syria, and Turkey. They have the peculiar system that we say the same. The peculiarity is just the same. But Islam, we always want to be on top.
Thank you very much.
That is what Iran faced, and that is what we are facing. We need to say what we want, and if they don't want it, let us split so that we don't lose more life.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Black Panther. Madam Patricia, you have 2 minutes, ma'am. Okay,
Thank you.
Yes, you have 2 minutes, ma'am.
I'm here. Anyway, thank you again, Mr. Elvis, for the opportunity. Yeah, like I said before, Nigerians at the moment cannot really help themselves, but it's not going to be too long before they will wake up. So I just pray that they continue to press them more and more. Tinubu should continue to press harder, then for them to actually wake up and say, no, we want our country back. Or not our country. I believe the country should dissolve. That's what I mean. That's what I want, because I don't really believe in this one Nigeria. So it's not sacrosanct for me. So we should break the country. The country is big. Yeah. So that is it. Thank you. I will leave it there. Thanks. Now, good night.
Thank you very much, Madam Patricia. Mr. Stay Humble, you have 2 minutes, sir. Last submission, if you're there. It's a Stay Humble. 2 minutes.
Okay, so I was just weighing on the nation country issue. I heard someone say on another forum that the whole of West Africa should be the same country. The whole of West Africa should be one country. Yeah, and that person countered and said no, the whole of Africa should be one country. I think that people sometimes don't understand what country means and the difference between country and nation. There are many nations in Africa, really, and if people want to be a country, yeah, I think they should have an agreement, because there are reasons why some nations may want to come together as a country, to be a country. It could be for defense, it could be for economic purposes, etc., etc. So I think that the conversation now should be how some the different peoples of Africa, should gain some degree of nationhood, and then if they want to come together as a country, if different nations want to come together as a country, there should be an agreement, and it should be in an organized way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to use my 2 minutes now, and I am still going to be asking the question. I think that's where I'm at right now. What are we going to do when the man from Bodlon has the INEC and also has the judiciary? What is going to happen when we have a repeat of 2023? That's just what I need to speak to, and that's the major question I need to ask Peter Obi, Satanko, and everybody who is the obedient. What are you going to do when 2023 visits itself? Thank you very much. Mr. Elvis, the floor is yours. Have a good night, and if you're out there in Toronto, please stay warm. Mr. Elvis, what's wrong with your system?
Madam Rita, you
Yes,
call
sir.
everybody and abandon me.
Oh, I'm so sorry, because you spoke. Okay, you have 2 minutes. And after that, I think Mr. Elvis will come back and take over. I am signing out.
If it's not there, we'll always have a panelist discussion. Don't worry, maybe your place. Go
Okay,
and
just
take
go
coffee.
ahead. Go ahead,
All
Mr.
right.
Prince Alabo.
All right, thank you. I just want to speak briefly on the River State issue. We said earlier, just to advise my Rivers people, not
Sorry,
to die in their war.
our Dream Nation, the way you are talking,
Yes.
feel like you won't sleep. The way you are talking, so please, I know you don't want to wake up, baby, but your voice is like dragging.
Yeah, you understand. Yeah, I
Hear
don't
me?
want to.
Can you? Hello. Can you?
We dey hear you, but they break, Mr. Elvis.
Okay. I'm rounding up now. As you all can see that my network is breaking. Okay. Thank you very much. I don't know whatever anybody can hear, but we are rounding up now, so nobody should interject me just talking. I appreciate you all. Thank you, Madam Rita. Give us Mr. Alabo.
I'm making my 2 minute submission before you came.
I'm giving you yours now. They
never
but I told you
Madam Rita just called me. No. Madam Rita just
You
called
can
me
see
now.
the network is
Okay,
not
you
so
do it
good,
now.
Mr. Alabo.
All right,
Okay,
no
you
problem.
just
No
do
problem.
it,
Go
Mr.
ahead. Go
Alabo.
ahead. No, Mr. Elvis, go ahead. No worry. Since you are
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Patricia. Thank you, Black Panther, and many others, and every one of you that called into this show. I appreciate you all. Thank you for those of you that supported the platform as well, Mr. Ikechukwu, Seven Gilman there, and 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. I really do appreciate you. Adelaja Ogumbi, thank you for doing it twice. I'm very, very grateful. God bless you all, my wonderful people, and everyone right down in the comment section. Mother of Mom Diaspora, thank you very much, my lovely mother. I appreciate you for all that you do. Abu Azi, Mother Peg Modi, Mother Stella Masevedo, Tony Africa, Saddam, I can see you all right there. Yeah, thank you very much, Mother Stella Masevedo once again, and many others. Lady Eugenia, thank you very much, man. And God bless you now. You can see that our network is failing tonight, but tomorrow is Sunday. Let's see how it goes. Look out for us, subscribe to the channel, hit the like button. In case whenever we go live like this, you can hear and join us to pour out our plights at the same time. Okay, guys, we'll draw the curtain right here, and I'll see you guys again. Fingers crossed, probably tomorrow.
In this world, all of us today in motion. Everybody there in motion. Moving to our various stations. As we there in motion, make we do good to ourselves, yo. Make we do good to our neighbor. Before we reach our station, every work gets paid. Every work gets paid. Whether not good work, nobody work. Every work gets paid. Whether not good work, nobody work. Now I make a dey fear my God. Whether not good work, nobody work. I make a dey fear my maker.